Well, hello, everybody.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face just to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face just to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
Well, good evening, everybody. Third Sunday in a row. I know. Anyway, welcome to the stand. Kimber hasn't made it home from work yet, so just me and some panel guests on the way. This is going to be a sensitive subject for many. Lots of love involved for everyone in this situation. And I know people are going to get heated at one another. That's just the way it is. Please show respect for the panel guests and anyone who comes in chat. Respect each other. That's what I ask from you. I was apprised of this situation a few days ago, and um, it's kind of grown since then. So it kind of got out today. So these ladies think it's best to go ahead and just get it over with. Let's see. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
This is Beth Dutton, y'all.
Hey, everybody.
Beth is the person who originally told me about what was going on.
Yep.
So I'm kind
And
of an outsider on the situation, but when did you tell me? There was like 2 nights ago or 3 nights ago, something like that.
yeah, it was Friday night. I had gotten some strange messages and was just trying to figure out what was going on. And I did get in touch with Rap, and he didn't sound good. He was threatening to drink antifreeze. Um, and then I was able to get in touch with Smoky, and she called me while I was on the phone, and then she told me everything that was going on. And at the same time, I believe that's when uh, you were talking to my husband on the phone, and you as well. And through the weekend, what I'm seeing is I know, and Smokey will be joining us in a minute, and as will another person. And together we have been trying to be a support system um, behind this, because at first, the incident a month or so ago, 2 months when Raph was in the hospital, we thought it was something else, but it turned out that um, it was another manipulation attempt. Um, and we have been trying to, uh, work together to help whatever he needs. And it's this past week has took a real ugly turn for Smokey, and nobody deserves what's going on. Nobody.
Um, I I finally had a chance to speak to Rap on the phone. He called me. I was on the phone with him just a few minutes ago, and he still sounds that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
He doesn't sound good.
No. And I know there's a lot of people that this is tugging on the heartstrings. And believe me, when I tell you that me and the other two ladies that are fixing to join.
We have one on here,
Okay. Hey, my
a
girl.
friend.
Do you have your mic on, hon?
Yeah, I do.
There you
Okay.
are. This weekend has been a roller coaster for me and her, as well as it has been Smokey. There is a lot that's happened over this past week that we just were in the loop about as of Friday, and Friday night, late in fact. And we've been doing everything we can to try to help. But at this point, there comes a time when innocent people, especially Smokey, has already been through as much as she's been through, and a support system for him, that this is where it stops. This is it. This is the end of the road. If it was Ernie, if it was BK, Rap would have already went live with this information and exposed it. And so it's not like this is a sneak attack, or um, you know uh, being we're dragging him for no reason. Believe me when I tell you, there is plenty of reasons why this has to come out.
Yeah. And we have the friend on here. And like just a brief, like what,
I
um,
think I might be lagging in the conversation.
do you have a lag?
Okay, well, if you're responding to me, then I might be caught up.
Yeah, I think you are. I think you're good.
Okay.
For those who don't know, this is another mod for general awareness. This is the Dove. A lot of people know her. A lot of people know that she's been going through a lot with her health, and honestly, what she's been put through with this is not fair to her. It's not fair to anyone in the community. What's happening, and people are just being people that are innocent in all of this, including other creators. I am seeing right now are being just drugged and blamed, and for no reason. These people has had no part of this. There was one person that shit the bed on this, and A lot of people deserve an apology.
Yeah. I have been trying to be the person that both of them can go to talk to any time of the day or night. Um, and it has been days and nights. And I have been very equal to both. And both of them have been very honest. So I thought, as I was listening to them and their stories unfold, but and in listening and trying to give advice and thinking it was being taken, um, it wasn't, and this mess has escalated. Smokey has tried to believe when she's been deceived. And Beth is right. It really got bad Friday day and night. Bad, bad. I know I'm exhausted,
I am
but
too. I really am. And I see people asking, has anyone heard from Rap? There's always two sides. Let me tell you, there is always two sides. Me and the Dove has heard both sides, and that is where we are here. Why we are here tonight. We know both sides.
boy, do we know both sides.
We know more than we want to know, uh, and this is why we're here. And Smoky will be joining us soon. She has the link.
Yeah, she's
And
sending to the kids right now.
she is getting them laid down, but she is seeing stuff that should not be happening. She is seeing rumors being spread that's not true. She's seeing people attack her for no reason, just because she had to do what was right for herself and her family and her children. Mind you, this is coming up on the anniversary of when she lost her husband, and she is being mentally terrorized, and not just mentally. There's some other stuff that's happened last Monday night, and since then, since I found this out, I have been sick to my stomach that I've ever associated with this, and this is nothing like what the other people have said about hair pulling or book throwing or any of that. This is way worse. This goes beyond what anybody should go through ever. And like I said, keep in mind that this is coming up on the anniversary of the loss of her husband, a veteran, and she is being mentally tortured, and it's just it's unbelievable.
Listen, let me explain something to some people in the chat. It's on subscriber mode for 20 minutes or better. And Fizz Crank want a link to come up here and argue with these ladies. I don't know. That's what we need to do right now. You haven't even heard Smoky Mountain Mama's
Right.
right?
I mean,
Yeah. So why we want to come up and argue? But I absolutely did offer Rap the chance to come on panel. I told him if he wanted a link, let me know, and he told me to have a good night. So, I don't know. Like, you want to hear Rap's side of the story, and I'm telling you, I offered him to come up here and tell his side of the story.
Yeah. Yeah, we have me and the dove as well. But what is going on? What has happened was 100% between them, but now it is a community problem because people in the community are being contacted and manipulated and believing one thing that is not the truth, and that absolutely has to stop. Some of these people that are being contacted has already been through a lot, and they just don't need this shit. They just don't need to be lied to or manipulated or used or anything else. I mean, because what has happened this past week is bad enough, and there is proof that this has happened. What Smoky will
Yeah,
when she
that's
joins us, she can go into more detail.
yeah, that's what we want. We want her to say, explain, and I mean, it's not that we're not wanting to. We can back it, but this is her story to tell. And by all means, like I said, Beth and I, we know it.
Right.
I mean, we know it. I mean,
Fitzcrank, I don't know. Like, I see people saying you're respectful, and I'm not saying that you weren't respectful, but like the ladies haven't even told what they're going to say yet, and you want to link to tell Rap's side. Have you talked to Rap? Do you know Rap's side? I have. I talked to him just now.
I will say this. I truly believe that Rap will not hurt himself.
No, he's not.
He's not going to. I have been on the phone all weekend with him, and his way that he planned on ending his life, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, and this is where the manipulation has accelerated and just been tearing Smokey to pieces, just to know that she's being manipulated.
Just a time of an anniversary that her and the kids are already going through anyway.
Absolutely.
It's just shitty.
Well, welcome to the panel, Smoky Mountain Mama.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, my girl.
Where's she at?
How are y'all doing?
She's bottom left, right next to you.
Oh, well, hello.
Hey, how are you, honey?
All right, my love.
We just got done having a three-way conversation, us three, and we are seeing people that are not involved in this anyway. The liberators, other people's name being dragged through the mud for no reason. And this is, so hear Smokey out and then decide if you still want to support that.
What's going on, Smoky Mountain Mama?
Well, I'm just, getting a little one. By the way, happy Easter, everybody. Let's start it off with that. Happy Easter. Just getting the little ones, or at least my youngest one, down. I didn't want him to hear any of this. And this is absolutely the last thing that I ever wanted to happen, but then there's so many people that have so many questions and deserve answers. And I have no intention at all whatsoever to harm him in any way. I just want to start off with that. I really don't want that to happen.
The Dove, I'm going to mute you, and you can unmute whenever you guys say something, because you got a little static coming through.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but it's when I mute you, you don't hear
Probably
it.
a fan.
Probably.
Let
Probably.
me turn it off.
Okay. Yep, that was it.
Is that better?
Yep, you got it.
Alrighty.
Oh, I think this is probably her first time up on any panel
It
ever.
is.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Oh, I love you, Mary. Oh my
We-
goodness, you're the best.
Oh no, I love you.
So
The three of us has went through a lot since Friday, but Smoky has went through a lot more. And
It's been quite a bit, and I really don't want to go through a ton of details unless I absolutely have to. I feel like there's going to be a lot of speculation and a lot of, and of course, y'all don't know me. You don't know if I'm telling the truth or not. You know, and that's directed towards everybody.
Girl, you're brutal with your honesty.
Yes, ma'am. And I mean, like I said, that's why anybody can just speculate and make up their own opinions. But either way, it doesn't matter to me. I don't have a channel. I have nothing to lose. But I do think that people, if there's anybody that he's reaching out to, which I don't know who he's reaching out to or if he is reaching out to anybody at this moment, but I do want them to be very cautious. It's been a week. I do know that as of Thursday, I think it was Thursday evening was the first night that I had him spend in a hotel. And then because I just wanted him to cool down, I didn't want him around myself or my children, period. And then come Friday, I had to leave to go somewhere, and that was about checkout time for that hotel room. And I show up at home, and he's on my doorstep. Well, I was just trying to avoid him at all cost. Sorry, I know it's not a funny moment. I shouldn't have thrown that in there, but and then things just seemed to escalate from there.
how so?
And, well, it would really take me going through almost our entire year's relationship for everybody to really get the full understanding. But basically, he gets in these moods where he will just get super quiet, stare at the floor or stare at his phone or stare at something. And keep in mind, I'm gonna backpedal a little bit. This has happened multiple times. And every time that this has happened, I've encouraged him to seek help. First time it happened, he was gone for 7 days, and it was determined, they came back with the diagnosis of a bipolar disorder.
They did diagnose him bipolar?
They did. That was the first time this happened. They diagnosed him with bipolar disorder and depression. And then it didn't take long until it happened again. Well, of course, I'm whenever I commit, I commit. And so I sought him help again. This time I had to pay for it because the last facility just wasn't good enough. And because that was the only facility that covered somebody that didn't have insurance. So he had to have a different facility that was better, which our lovely friend helped me. She's helped me through this process for months. And well, we located the facility that he would be okay with attending. This is after the incident with his kidney failure. So we got him in that. I'm sorry, this is kind of
This is
All right,
hard.
take your time. Take your time. Nobody going nowhere.
yeah. So I'm trying to give y'all the sped up process. I don't want to keep y'all here all night, but
We're late nighters here at the stand.
oh, we all know. I try to hang in there, but I always end up falling asleep while listening to you. But anyway, so yeah, the second time I got him in a better facility that he was more comfortable with, that he would be more open with, just to see if there was an issue. Well, I was in full contact with the facility, the doctors and everything, and they told me they don't think he has bipolar, that he's actually doing really great. He's interacting with others. He's doing really well, and he was actually released very early. So he doesn't think he had bipolar. He thinks he just has depression. So then after that time, that's whenever it really got in my mind. I was like, okay. There's nothing wrong with him mentally. I mean, and maybe there is, but there's nothing that two doctors,
The best in Tennessee.
can figure out.
Well, Tennessee ain't that great. I'm just kidding.
No, I do agree on that part. I do agree.
I'm just kidding. You should have sent him to UK. I'm playing. Please.
Oh my goodness. But
And can I just say for the chat, I'm seeing the police have been out there. Smoky has done her due
several times.
diligence and making sure he hasn't done anything to himself. And the cops came in, stayed 15 minutes, and they left, and without him. So, and he has bragged that he knows what to say to cops so they don't haul him to the hospital.
Yes, he knows.
Mm-hmm.
Told me, and like I said, without it's like I said, we'd be here all night, and I'd have to go through our entire rundown of all the events in our entire year of our relationship for me to really fully be able to disclose all of that information. But yeah, there's been several times, and it wasn't just this past time that I had cops involved
Yep.
to try to get him to. I mean, there's been several times that he has threatened to end his life to me, and it was all during like a conversation where I was trying to calmly speak to him about, hey, we need to look into options of what we need to do from here. And I would explain to him that I would fully help him. I would get him on his feet. I will get an apartment for him. I will be right there with him every step of the way, whether it's an apartment, here or just wherever he would like to be. I will be there as much as I can. And I explained this to him more than multiple times. And the one time I had the cops come out to the house after he was threatening to go and jump in front of a train, because I have a train track close to my house. He looked at me before the cops even got here and said, I know exactly what to say and what not to say. And whenever they came here, and this was before the second time I had him mentally evaluated. He completely bold face lied to the cops, and oh my gosh, it absolutely broke my heart because it made me I mean, I know the cops believed me, and the cops definitely did, and they felt brokenhearted
Because
because
there's nothing they can do.
they can't do anything until he admits that he is what his plans are.
Right, that he's suicidal.
Yeah, and it breaks my heart, honestly, because I saw the look on their faces, and I had explained to them, I was like, I told them just very briefly, and I said, I feel like he's using this against me, but I don't know for sure, but I want to make sure all measures are 100% covered before anything, before I jump to conclusions. And he bold-faced lied to them.
Yep.
And then I know the same thing happened this weekend. I'll fast forward a little bit again. I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit, but this Friday, while he was at my house, I had my kids go elsewhere, and I really laid into him and and I was being really real with him. I was telling him all the things that he needed to hear that I couldn't say in front of my children, or even if they were in their rooms asleep, that they could even possibly hear.
Right.
I did. I told him exactly what he needed to hear about himself, because he was sitting there on his phone looking up ways to harm himself with antifreeze.
You didn't know that at the time.
No.
No. But I saw him staring at his phone, and I said, and I was being an absolute bitch. I'm going to be real. But at this point, I was just so over with his attitude. And I'm just, after this year of just mess, I've reached my limit. I mean, I've tried. I can't even tell you how many times, and I've begged him. I've sat and begged him just to please do this peacefully.
Do what?
Exit ways.
So break up.
Yeah.
And he's fallen back on, if you don't let me back in, if you don't have me back, I'm going to drink this. Some of you are seeing the picture going around of the threat, antifreeze. And he knows, because me and my husband both spoke to him Friday night, and he knows this is the anniversary. So he's using suicide threats to force her to bring him back in. And I was on the phone with him when Smoky called me that night, and
I had been on.
Everybody knew something was going on, because they could see on the look on Jimbo's face, because we were talking with him as well.
Yeah.
My husband was talking with him, and I was talking to Smoky.
And I was the one that had been on the phone with him. I had been on the phone with him all day once he after he did all that with his phone, and he did go to a hotel, and then he called
night hotel, so he's not in the slums
no
Tennessee. I mean, he went to the highest priced hotel there is, and it's not far from her and the kids' home.
No, it's within a few miles. I mean, I can look it up to tell you the exact mileage, but it's less than 3 miles. But the first hotel that I put him in on Thursday night was a La Quinta, and I paid for that fully. I even had to pay for his Uber to get him out of my house that night. And then Friday night, I told him, like I said, whenever I was just done and over with everything, and I made him, of course, pay for it from there on. And and he, of course, chose I guess a La Quinta wasn't good enough. So
La Quintas do suck.
well, I don't know. I don't have a lot of experience with hotels, but
and my understanding of speaking with the ladies on panel and Rap himself, the last time he was in the hospital, we pretty much kept everything on the
Very hard.
no basis, because it wasn't none of nobody's business. People were making jokes. People were making uh, troll accounts of Tylenol and suicide and all of this other crap, and it was ridiculous. And there again, that was just another attempt at trying to get Smokey to force her into some sort of an event, or her coming back home or something. She was telling me that he didn't want to he was invited to be a part of, but didn't want to be a part of. So he literally pretty much did a highway run, took his went to the Walmart, took his location off, got the Tylenol, and then went and hid in a hotel and did what he did, and then did the manipulative live the next day. uh,
Yes.
and that was because of, you know he was trying to get her to see that and run to him, even though she had two sick kids at home with strep throat at the time. And like I said, the dove was we were all on the phone with them, checking on them regularly, and as we have been since this has happened. Okay, but there's come a point to when uh specialists can't find anything wrong, and you're using these type of tactics to get your partner to do or say, or whatever it is that you don't agree with, that you want to do, or get your way in general. that that's just, nobody deserves that. Nobody, especially Smokey and those kids. So you can support him if you want. That is totally up to you. But there's some other stuff that happened last Monday that is up to Smokey if she wants to tell. But I'm telling you, I already know it to be true. And uh, nobody in the world deserves that. Nobody. Nobody. And if that was my daughter that had happened to, they'd never find him. Never, never. And I was actually going to go get him and give them a break from each other, like I see Fizz Crink is doing. And I love Fizz Crink. He's like a brother to me. But when I found out what happened last week to Smoky and her kids at home, that was, and Jimbo knows too, because he was actually going to go and pick him up and bring him to his house, but absolutely not, after finding out what happened last Monday. And from what I know, Smokey has told me it's happened on two occasions, and there is no way in hell I would let a man around my home, my daughter, or nothing else with doing that to someone he claims to already love. If you can do that to someone you say you love, who the fuck knows what you will do to somebody you don't, some stranger you don't know on the internet. So, I mean, sorry, I'm getting carried away. I'll mute and
Oh, you're fine, Beth. No,
pissed. I mean, I have been sick about it all weekend. Since I found this out. And as soon as she told me that, he was on the other line on hold, and I just let him stay there, and I've not spoke to him no more since I found this out. And but I do know that she has been doing her due diligence with checking on him, making sure, I mean, from afar. She does have someone that knows what's going on, that is keeping an eye out to make sure he is not doing this, what he's saying he's doing, telling all of us that he's drinking antifreeze. He is by far not doing that. He
no.
is staying cooped up in this fancy hotel, and he is using that excuse against myself, against the Dove, against Smokey, and anyone else that he is speaking to behind the scenes. And we don't know everybody, but he is using this, and then he's going to turn around and well, she's being mean to me. Well, I wonder why she is being mean to you with what has happened, what he has put her through, not just this week, but for a while now, and ever since the last his little Ernie Highway run, ever since then, and then this week alone, I can imagine that the level of meanness I would give to someone if they did what they did to me, what was done
Smoky,
to her.
Fizz Crank is in the chat. He's adamant, and I mean, I understand he's friends with Rap, and
Yeah.
he
No,
says he respects you and loves you too, and he wants to hear from you.
yeah,
Fizz
yeah.
Crank, let me say this. You have a daughter. I know. Um, you you wouldn't appreciate if this happened to her. I know you would go postal.
If this crank does want to come up, then it's perfectly fine with me. I'll talk to anybody. I'm an open book.
Okay,
I'll,
She is an open book. She's a very open book.
all right, I'm gonna put a link out for Fizz Crank, and anybody else takes that link, you're not coming up right now. Just Fizz Crank. I won't open it for nobody else.
This is the reason why
Not
anyone
right now.
with daughters may need to know what happened. And I mean, that's totally up to Smokey, but anyone that's considering bringing him into her home, this is the reason why we said no. This is the reason why Jimbo said no. We were going to help, all of us, until we heard this one part, and then after that, I'm done. I don't need to know anything else after what happened last Monday. And I mean, if anyone that has a daughter and is willing to take that in after what he did to her, someone he said he loves, then what happens after that? I don't want to hear any complaints. Sorry.
I
Well,
mean,
what everybody's gonna say is there's two sides to every story, and you've heard one.
Oh, the other side does exist.
yeah, Mary has heard it from all sides, and I purposely didn't tell her about certain things that way she could hear it for herself.
Right.
That's the last thing I want to do is sway anybody's opinion. I want everybody to make their own opinions on their own.
Oh, I understand. She's been talking to him on the phone. Right? I know that for sure.
Yes, I have spoken. I mean, ever since going way back, long before this, this weekend. So I'm the person that he has been talking to morning, noon, and night. I can honestly say I was so tired. Friday, I fell asleep with him talking to me.
Bless your heart. I'm so sorry.
I fell asleep and he was like, "Are you awake?" So, yeah, I've been sleeping.
Okay. Okay, ladies. Fizz Crank's here. And he promised he'd be respectful, and I believe him.
Hello, yeah, man. Yeah. I'm not here to argue with anybody, Jimbo, and I appreciate it, man. The last time I was on your panel, I think me and you just spoke behind the stage about Ernie, and anyway, it was just I didn't even come on your panel. I was just on the back chat. But anyway, dude, I'm all good, dude. I'm not gonna argue with anybody. I'm not here to argue. Not
no. Fizz
anybody.
has always been extremely respectful, and I really respect Fizz. He's a friend in my book.
Was that you, Smoky My Mom?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just saying that you've always been extremely respectful.
I've always, yes, ma'am. I'm good, and my only problem, and I'm not trying to cause discourse or anything. It's and nothing against the other ladies on panel by any means at all. I just think that I think my friend needs a friend, and I don't care who's wrong or right.
Mm-hmm.
I lost a very close friend of mine. I don't know how to sugarcoat it, man. She ate both barrels of a shotgun whenever I was young. And I can't imagine. I don't care if it's a threat or if it's I got to be there for my friend. But
I
my problem, and I'm sorry, I'm tearing up and I can't. Um, I I don't I don't know. And ladies, please understand. I don't mean any disrespect, but I don't know why you're here.
they're
This should be Smoky Mountain Mama talking to Jimbo.
yeah, but they're here to
And
support.
I don't mean, and I understand you might need some support, but you know what? I came up here by myself.
Yeah, I know.
I don't need any backup. I don't need anybody to say that I'm right. I don't need anyone to to validate my experience. I don't. They're doing all the talking, and I'm not being mean to you ladies by any means at all. I promise you, I would never. I'm from the South, and I was raised by my grandparents. I would never be mean to a lady, even if she was mean to me twice first. But
Yeah.
Smoky Mountain Mama, it's your story. It's your story to tell. And I'm not being mean to you by any means, ma'am. I'm not.
Oh, I agree. I understand, and I know you're not, and I never would take it that way.
I think what he's trying to say is, and what the chat's saying, they want to hear more from you.
Yeah, I mean, because the other ladies, they're honestly, what it comes across as is, I've been in chat, and what it seems like is, it's almost like they're. I'm not going to use the bully word because they're not being bullies. I can't think of a correct word. They, I think it's exaggerate or exaggerated. Is that there's another word beside it. Yeah, one of them. There you go, Jimbo. Thank you, sir.
But,
I
Um,
just, I mean,
can I just
and
say,
I know that it's an extreme situation. Believe me, I have spoken to my boss man, and I say my boss man. You know what I mean? I spoken to boss man, and I have wanted both sides of the story. I've spoken to other people behind the scenes, and the first thing I said is I would love to hear Smoky Mountain Mama's side of the story because I'm not a biased person, man. I want the information. I want the
Right.
information. I want
Right.
both sides. I don't want to hear just from you. I mean, I'd love to hear from you. Believe me, love to hear from Buddy. But an educated decision depends on all the information.
I
And
agree.
I have wanted your information, Smoky Mountain Mama, but I'm not getting it because it's coming from somebody else.
Well,
And
they
I'm
help.
not trying to get you to prove your side. I'm not trying to get him to prove his side.
Mhm.
That's not what it's about. At this point, that's not who is right or wrong. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter. What matters is that you go on with your life and he goes on with his. But I want to make sure he has one.
Exactly. And that is my goal 110%. I want, and I mean, and we will get there. It's, holy smokes. It's been so much though that I've provided every outlet for him. And oh God, I'm sorry. It's kind of difficult to even talk about because I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to come on here and talk about it.
It's Smoky Mountain Mama. I'm not trying to put you on point by any means. I'm Jimbo's the best daddy ever.
Turn the
I
notifications off for a minute, and then I got a bunch of notifications saying, "I see you have your notifications off." Well, turn them back off again.
dude, my daughter might argue. My daughter might argue with that, but I'm not going to argue with that, man. I'm gonna go and try to see him tomorrow. because I know that he's supposed to check out tomorrow.
Okay.
And by check out, I don't mean
No, and he needs support, but also don't allow him to manipulate you in a certain way. Just make sure he's telling the truth. And this is the same thing that I had to tell his therapists. Do not allow him to manipulate you or make sure he's speaking the truth and speaking it fully, because what he does a lot of times is he tends to not really tell everybody everything.
Well, and I understand that. You know, if I was in fact, you know, in my younger years, whenever I was into all that arguing and bullshit, I might not have told my friends all the same thing. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. My job is to make sure the dude's breathing.
I agree. And I didn't really get to that part of the situation or the whole week of events just yet. But I've been making sure, and he's been leading to believe that he was no longer with us, and trying to lead myself to believe that way as well. But
it's gonna be hard for him to do that whenever I got a funnel in his mouth and I'm shoveling beer down his throat. I'm playing. I'm totally playing.
Dude, no, he'll pass out in 10 minutes. I guarantee it.
No, I'm just saying. No, I believe me. I get it. He's a lightweight. I mean, I honestly don't think I should be on here doing this, but I had to give some kind of rebuttal because the way the conversation was headed, it was all anti-rap, and
it's
I
not
don't. You know, I mean, he could be the worst person in the world, but he doesn't deserve to not breathe.
No, I agree. I agree completely. And this is why I was trying to lead up to taking every single measure possible. And since I have been through every single measure possible, I am extremely confident that that was a manipulation tactic. And that is why I made the post today on his community wall, because I was manager of his channel. Within minutes, he removed it, and he removed my access to his channel.
Well, and you know, I completely get the manipulation tactics. I understand that. I went through that. I actually had a conversation with him last night. I wanted to die for a girl at one time, and there was, you know, I mean, literally just I could not wait until I could not breathe anymore. I went through it. 100% was not an attention tactic. It was not. I didn't tell anybody. I didn't tell anybody.
Exactly.
But you know what? And I told him this. I said, look, man, 1 year later, I looked back on it and I was going to kill myself for a crackhead. I mean, well, she wasn't a crackhead, but a meth head. She was a meth head. I was gonna kill my God. I love this. And I'm not comparing you to her. I'm just saying that's where I was. And in a year from now, you're going to look back and you're going to be like, no, I'm so glad I didn't, because I've got this going on. I've got that going on. Because you're alive. I mean, I mean, it wouldn't matter if you were living under a bridge. At least you didn't kill yourself for a girl, you know? I mean, I'm not saying, you know what I mean, Smoky, Momma, you know what I mean.
Well, that's what I tried to tell him on the phone tonight myself. I was like, dude, no matter what, man, YouTube be damned, the internet be damned. Life goes on, man. And
Jimbo,
if you're not here in the future, then you don't know what you're missing out on, man. The love of your life may not be her; it may be somebody else.
He doesn't.
Man, I tell you what, dude. I stayed single for 8.5 years after that girl. You know, I mean, I tried to hurt myself really, really bad.
But how ugly are
you? Did not tell a single soul I was going to do it. I was serious to a T. I was serious. I wanted to do it. And here I am 8 years later. I met a girl from Canada, and that girl makes me smile every day so much. And it's weird because it's long distance, and that's probably why it's working, because she can't look at me every day.
I've
But
heard them Canadians have real bad vision problems.
Fizz Crinkle
yeah, well,
say, have lost a son to that reason. We have
it's a
lost
good thing.
in this very house that we live in 2 years ago, the same age as Rap, put a gun to his head right back there in that bedroom, and we found him like that, okay, over a girl. All right. And I've lost my little sister over a guy. He's lost his niece for the same reason. So this is not something that me and the Dove are up here to take lightly. We have been talking almost daily behind the scenes to each other, trying to help whatever it is that he needs to get through. And Smokey has offered him the world and has been every his backbone. I mean, she has given him any
I
opportunity.
understand.
You
I
know,
completely understand. And tattoos, I see you in chat. I love you, girl.
because they
I get it.
with
I
suicide.
get it. I get it. But I don't know why it took three of you to do it.
Yeah,
Because
people are still
the
saying they
whole
want to hear from
time with
Smokey.
the both of them. That's why.
Yeah, we haven't
And
been. It's not been one sided. I mean, if Rap was up here, we'd be up here for him. I mean,
Exactly.
we've been there for him.
Yeah. And
I
that's
understand.
right.
And I'm not.
Yeah, well,
And
the
please,
Dove's been talking to
please,
Rap as well.
please don't misunderstand me as disrespecting you, ladies. I'm not. I just, I just felt like there was three people up here talking all kind of stuff, and it was headed in a wrong direction. It really was. Before I came up here, it was headed. It was turning dark, and it didn't need to turn dark. And it
Situation is
honestly, I
right.
respect your opinions. I respect all of your opinions. But Smoky Mountain Mama, if you wanted to come up here and say your piece, say your piece. You didn't need two people to back you up.
Well, we were up here because she was tending to her children for one thing.
Yeah. We had just
Well,
talked at
okay, well, okay, all right. Well, what's going on now?
You're up here.
yeah, you're talking. Yeah.
Well, Smokey,
So,
people are wanting to hear from Smokey, so you can all
yeah,
sound.
that's what I'm saying.
Please,
We
you're
didn't we
welcome to
didn't
hang
need
out.
we didn't need three people to bash rap. And I'm not saying
Nobody's
everybody's
bashing
bashing rap.
him.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Okay,
yeah,
we
That was
understand.
not the intent for sure.
I
It was a
understand. I understand. Wrong word. Wrong word. Wrong word. Sorry.
Very wrong word.
No, it's
Okay.
okay.
Well,
It's
we
okay, y'all.
didn't need three people. We didn't need three people to do it. We could hear from Smoky Mountain Mama.
Yeah, it's okay, y'all. And Fizz, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you taking up for him because he does need people in his court as well. We
And Smoky, I'm not against you, girl. I'm not. You know that. I hope you know that. I'm really
that
not. I've got my hands held up to my phone, like you can see. I'm like, I promise you, I'm not.
I know. No, I know. I know you're not coming at me at all, and I'm sorry I didn't mean it that way. I'm just saying he does need support, and he does need. And I'm not, and that's not why we're coming up here talking about anything. We're not
Oh
trying
my
to turn.
God, my daughter just got home. She's gonna kill me for being on YouTube.
Yeah, we. This is not any intention to try to turn people against him at all whatsoever. But also, people do need to know that he is and has been very emotionally manipulative towards me and a lot of his supporters. And
I'm not gonna deny that at all. I'm not here to deny that or argue that at all. I understand, and I know how that game works.
Well,
yeah,
go ahead and continue what you were talking about, Smoky Mountain Mama.
okay. I'll just fast forward to what the events of this weekend. The Let's see. So Friday he went to the different hotel that wasn't the La Quinta, and well, whenever he got there, uh, I can't remember which day it was. It's all been a blur. None of us have had any sleep. Like I said, the reason that these lovely ladies are up here as well is because they've been involved thoroughly emotionally and everything as well throughout this entire situation. Um, and it's not been easy. And it's been, anyhow. So shortly after he gets to his newest hotel, I get, or maybe it may have been the next day, I get a text message with a picture of a gallon of antifreeze sitting on a desk in a hotel room that says, "You thought I was kidding." And he had turned off his location services. I could not see where he was at. Nothing.
Smoky Mountain Lawn, 1 second. I can't help but to respond to somebody in chat. The one ringy dingy, I don't bye fizz. Okay.
No,
Look,
Fizz is
that's why
welcome
I'm
to hang
here.
out.
I'm trying to
He's
learn the
welcome to
whole story. I'm here to hear the other side of the story. I've said that from the beginning. I wanted to hear the other side of the story.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, I just want people to know I'm not your enemy. I'm here to hear the other side.
absolutely. And I'm not trying to sway you in any way because he does need all the support. He really does. It's just like I said, just be wary and be cautious. And I mean, I'm coming here with full faith, honesty, truthfulness. I have nothing to gain. I don't wish anything ill on him, and I don't want anything but the best for him.
Can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I just Mouse, our dear Mouse,
Mm-hmm.
that's over in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh God, I really don't want to do this. He and Smoky were very supportive of you. Smoky, you remember that?
Yes, absolutely.
You know how they got wind of that? It was me.
Really?
Remember me telling you in rap?
Yep. I do remember now. Now that you mention it.
I don't see what you're saying.
Yeah, I missed it too.
Yeah, I see it going by.
And
It was me that told them about that happening to you.
yes, you did. Let us know. And
But
we have her back 110%. And I mean, and I'm not saying that rap is all bad. This is not anything of what that's about. That is not what we're up here saying. He is not just this terrible person. He is, and also I want to clear this up because I've seen a lot of people mention it in the chat. He has never once hit me. He has been wonderful to my kids, and for the most part, he's been very good to me. But if it comes down to me,
We'll stop right there. About 20 minutes ago, there were people alluding that there was violence, and I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but you just said that it didn't. So
I
there's other
both,
people on panel
no,
that think violence did
It
happen.
he's
is.
never hit me. He has
There's
never.
other
There has
way.
never been any fights.
Okay. I mean, there is other ways. That's why we are together. We have been together and with each other.
But no, it was alluded to earlier that there was violence committed, and I will be damned. I do remember you.
Okay.
It was
You want to hear it? I
there's
missed
more than just hitting.
Exactly.
I understand. No, there was it was alluded to that there was violence, like
It,
physical violence. It was
Okay.
alluded to.
you would consider it violent if it happened to you or yours. So let her tell what happened.
No, Smoky Mountain Mama did not say that. Other
I
people
I
said
tell you,
that there was
Correct.
physical violence.
Correct.
Physical violence.
Yes.
Yes.
nobody said physical violence.
you just said he never hit her.
He
No,
never
he never
hit
hit.
her, pulled her hair through a book, but there is something that's even worse.
Oh, well, if you pull somebody's hair, that's physical violence.
No,
He
he's
never.
pulled hair. He has
That's what
never.
she said. He's never done those things.
He's never hit me. Nothing. And I want to make that very clear. I did see a lot
All
of
right.
people.
Well, okay. Well, I please, I appreciate you making that clear, because earlier it was alluded to that there was more than just mental
I
There
think
was,
there's a lot
it was
more.
alluded to that there was physical violence.
Okay, we'll still explain to you.
Yeah, I think you're going to hear a lot more here, Fizz.
You'll hear about physical violence.
All right, Fizz, I'll get straight to the point then.
Yeah.
Therefore, the past little bit after his last little mental spell where he had to go into the facility that I had to pay for,
Smoky Mountain, please don't, please. I'm not trying to get you to cop an attitude. I mean, I feel like you're getting aggravated with me, and I don't want you to. I really don't.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't.
Let him
And
talk.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
interrupting. You want her to tell it.
I'm sorry. I'm
oh
not
my
trying to.
gosh, can I please just talk to her?
Yeah, let her finish.
Well, okay. So this past after he got out of the last facility, I was not going to allow him back in my house. Period. And then it got down to
You
it.
need anything
I
while
to
I'll
work
be home for a
with
few
him
minutes. I've got stuff to do.
and work with everybody and try to help him and get the best help and care that he needed. I was not going to allow him back into my house, but he was very persistent, and I didn't have any other options at the moment because he was not open to going anywhere else. Well, so I let him back in, and at first everything was fine. Give it a week later, he became very obsessive and very persistent with other physical things. And so I got to the point where I took physical relations completely off the table because it was like every 2 minutes he was asking me if we're going to have sex today. And I took it completely off the table. Completely. Just said, well, just so we're focusing on your mental health now, because that's apparently what our main concern should be. If you're saying that there's something wrong and you want to get this under control, well, then let's work on that. Let's not focus on this. Well, I took that completely off the table, would not allow it. And this past Monday morning, it was after we dropped the kids off at school. It was Monday morning. It wasn't, I know Beth said Monday evening initially, but it was Monday morning. He was very forceful. You can interpret that as you wish, but
No, let's don't do that, because extremely forceful. Does that mean that he tied you to a tree in the backyard and told you hell no, or does that mean that he was like, no, I don't agree with it?
no, sir, I was wearing my bedrobe from the night before, like, because I had taken a bath the night before and I wore that to bed. And then that morning after we took the kids to school, and our typical routine is to go and lay back down in bed and take like a short nap, especially if we had been up late the night before.
That's exactly what I do.
Lay back down in bed. Well, I had my robe on, and I mean, last time I checked, no means no.
Yep.
And
oh, okay. Oh, I understand. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, and even in stop means stop, and he didn't stop until he was done.
Okay, I misunderstood. I'm so sorry. When I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to go there. I'm sorry.
So that's kind of, and I apologize if I sound a little frustrated, but I just didn't want to have to say it, and I didn't want to get, I didn't want to go there. But that
to a tree to be physically assaulted.
Yeah.
No means no.
Right.
Across the board.
All right. Well, I have to completely raise. I've got my hands raised up, and whenever I totally misunderstood what was being said earlier.
Yeah. I really did not want to even come out.
I'll admit whenever I misunderstand or don't, follow the. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to understand.
And because she won't let him back into the house, because of that, as well, he is threatening to drink antifreeze and do this, that, and the other. It
Yeah.
is, and he's telling people he's going to do it, but yet he is fine at the hotel, coming out smoking cigarettes. He's not doing. The cops have been there.
Yeah.
They left without him. This is not a mental problem. This is a grow up manipulation problem, and
I,
I draw the line on any form of grape. Period. Whether it's couples, couples, whether it's someone that you don't even know, that is a no. Is a no. Is a no. Period.
yeah.
Okay, so now that we've said that, what's the rest of the story? What was going on? Like this was on Friday, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So Friday, of course, he was, sending the pictures and of the, or I can't remember if it was Friday or Saturday. I'd have to look back at my phone to be completely factual to get, but it was one of those days. It's been a blur.
Roundabout.
Yes. And he was sending those pictures saying that he was drinking antifreeze. And it was, I think it was Saturday morning, I got the picture of his bottle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, he
Send
told
it to
again
me.
the same thing. Well, he was going. He told us Friday night when we spoke to him, me and my husband. He told us both then that that's what he was going to do because she won't forgive him.
Mm-hmm. So I got that picture, and of course, I'm extremely concerned because I think he would go through with something so stupid because of his last incident. So what I completely have cut all communications off with him. And I did that. That was the very first thing I did, was just cut communication because obviously I'm the person feeling his fire. So I cut all communication. And then he's continuing to create numbers to contact me. And he created a number to contact me just specifically to send me that picture of a gallon of antifreeze.
Jimbo, you have that picture if you want to show it without showing her number at the top.
Yeah, let me edit it out.
Yeah. So after I got that message, I was discussing with my lovely friend up here on the panel what would be the most appropriate action to take, and we were just bouncing ideas off of each other of what if there ever could be anything I could do, because I had no clue where he was at that point. So, because the last thing I'd ever want to do, no matter what, no matter what, I don't ever want anybody to harm themselves. That's the lot. I mean, I can't even begin to go on that subject. Oh gosh. So what I did was I called our local police department, the non-emergency number, and I talked to a lovely man and I explained the situation. He said, okay, do you have any idea what hotel he's at? And I said, no, all I have is a picture. He's turned off location services. All I know is that he's sending pictures to me and telling my friends of his plans. So he said, okay. He said, well, I'll start making phone calls around. He asked what vicinity I think he was at. And I said, well, if I was a betting person, I bet you anything he wouldn't be very far from here. And then as I was talking to my lovely friend on this panel, we were bouncing ideas off each other, and it came to me that I knew exactly which type of hotel he would be at because he has a very specific taste. So I limited it down to just that specific type of hotel, and I was making phone calls. And between me and the detective, we located him. Or not the detective, just the police officer. So then I had the police go there to contact him because I believe that morning he was on the phone also as well with my lovely friend on this panel that said and he was acting like he was drinking the antifreeze while burping and throwing up and saying he was passing out.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yep.
So I take that extremely seriously. And what he was wanting was for her to reiterate that information. This is hindsight looking back now. He was wanting her to reiterate that information to me. That way I would try to find him physically or try to contact him, but I would not contact him at all. And that's what he was wanting, was me contacting him. So that's whenever I contacted the police. We found him and they went to check on him. They spent maybe 15 minutes up there in his hotel room and came back down. There was 3 of them that went and checked on him. And they came back down, didn't even report back to me. But that tells me that he's perfectly fine. But then, so I took it a step further. So I hired somebody because I was that sincerely worried that he could possibly do something to himself. I hired somebody to stay in that hotel and keep an eye on him. Because I couldn't do it myself. There's no way, because then I'd be aiding the situation and he'd just continue the cycle, the downward spiral that we've been on. Well, and so yesterday, I think the last time that he had talked to Beth, and Beth, please correct me if I'm wrong, he had told you that he won't even be heard of after today, correct?
Yes. And I have that text message where he said that as well. He's not accepting that it's over, and he won't, after today, he will not be heard of no more. And that was Saturday.
Yes. And he also knows that Beth and I have, complete communication. So he was thinking in his mind, and this is just my assumption, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct, that that she would be reiterating all this information to me. So like I said, that's why I hired somebody and had them keep an eye on him. Then first thing this morning, I called that person and asked them, basically, what's the scoop? What's going on here? I need to know. Is he okay? Have y'all seen anything about him? Have you heard anything? And this person said, oh yeah, he's perfectly fine. I've seen him a few times. He's been downstairs to smoke. He came and got some coffee, and he's perfectly fine. In fact, he looks even better than he did yesterday.
Yep.
So,
Smoky, Mama, I've got a question.
yes, sir.
What does a friend? I mean, and I'm not here trying to argue with you, ladies. I hope you understand that. I've said it 100 times. What is a friend like? What am I supposed to do, man? I mean, what? I care about the dude. I care about the dude a whole bunch. And I mean, I'm not trying to get in his pants or anything. I'm no Ernie, but
The best
what am I?
do is be there for him no matter what.
Yeah, me and Mary were too. That we
No.
well, but we have chosen, in this
Talk
matter.
about Mama. What am I supposed to do? I mean, what would you like to see a friend, a real friend?
Be honest.
I mean, I know this is the internet, but
No matter what, he needs somebody to do, and he needs support no matter.
We were being real friends. We were listening to him. That's all you can do is listen to him.
And we were being told by him that he's going to do.
I can't hear Smoky, Mama.
Oh, I was just saying, just be there for him. Be completely real with him. Just listen to him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I believe in being completely real, and I believe in listening.
Thank you.
But I can't entertain. I can't entertain the bullshit, I guess, so to speak. What's on the screen?
That's
That's
the
the
picture.
picture.
That's the text message that he sent me.
Oh man, I would have gone for the cheap shit.
That's what you're looking at is called manipulation.
Exactly.
Well,
Not and
believe me, I understand that. I understand them. Believe me, I do. I've done it. I've done it 100 times.
after
Thankfully, I've outgrown that stage of my life. But yeah, I get the manipulation. I just don't know what I would.
I mean, you'll
I don't know what I'm
honestly,
supposed to do, Smoky Mountain Mama. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
this picture you're seeing right here is after
I
he had
don't see it.
puking for the dove and telling her he was in the process of drinking it. As you can see, it's still sealed.
The dove, I appreciate it and everything, but I'm asking Smoky Mountain Mama, what the hell am I supposed to do? And I'm
That's not
expecting.
tell you
I'm,
what to do. Going through enough.
You're gonna have to make up your own mind there, Fizz. Like
yeah. I mean,
I've been myself
she
that
I'll
didn't.
tell you what. I told Rap on the phone
You
right
know-
before we did this live stream. I said, "You can come on panel. You can call me afterwards if you want to. You do not need to take your life or talk about taking your life."
No, he don't. He doesn't. He doesn't at all. You're
But
right.
if
Okay,
he didn't want to fly across the country or wherever, I said, "Look, I'll come down there and drive you myself. Whatever you want, whatever you need." But
Yeah.
it's obviously over. So
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's over. And I've been there too, dude. And I'm sure you remember those days when it was over.
it's awful. Yeah.
It is. It sucks dick. It sucks
You're.
dick
I mean,
bad.
you're serious. You're asking a woman. Honestly, you're asking her a question
what to do with
that
somebody that
she's. We are here to help her. We're trying
Well,
to
I'm
answer
asking
her
her.
questions.
That's the thing. I'm asking her. What am I
Right.
supposed to do?
okay,
But
but we
we're
She can't
trying to
take
help
your
her figure out what to do. She doesn't know.
Well, I'm not asking you though, and I don't mean any disrespect. I just don't. I'm asking her.
respect.
Right.
You're up here saying
I'm
stuff
really-
like he didn't tie you to a tree. What am I supposed to do with the ex that raped you? You are the
Oh
one
my God,
that drank.
man! It's not all that, man. It's not all that.
Just
I'm trying to talk.
follow your
Maybe
heart.
Smoky
Follow-
Mountain Mama. Maybe you could just email me and we can talk because we're not getting anywhere with this.
There you go. All right, Fizz. Well, thank you for coming up, and we're gonna let Smoky Mountain Mama go ahead and finish up. Okay.
Dude, I appreciate it, Jimbo. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful or anything. I feel like I would make more progress in this if maybe she would reach out to me. And
There you go.
I'm not trying to be rude by any means, dude. I've been totally respectful. I hope you see that.
I get it. Yes, sir.
If
So
they
yeah, I'm sure she will reach out to you. And maybe you all can figure out something to do to help your buddy. Because that's he
Well,
does need.
that's cool, man.
need help
And I
no matter what.
appreciate the opportunity, Jimbo. I do, man. I just please don't, Jimbo. I ask one thing of you, man. Let's don't make this political as far as the damn
It's
devil goes.
It's
And you
not.
know who she is.
Yeah, I do. It's not. And that's part of the reason why I opened my panel up for it. And I told Rap that on the phone is because if it's done here, it's done respectful, and they're going to twist it anyway. But they won't.
No,
be
they
able
are,
to
dude. They
her.
are. It's going to be
They're not
twisted.
gonna be
My
able to put
words
her.
and your words and their
They're
words.
not going to be able to question her. They're not going to be able to look. I got to mute you for a second. They're not going to be able to hold her under a light and put her to the fire, so to speak. So they're going to have to listen
I know.
to this and get over it.
They're gonna turn this into me kidnapping the devil, and the devil kidnapped us all, and we're all kidnappers. And anyway, dude, I'm sorry, dude.
You know how it works. Yeah.
I do. I know how it
Don't
works.
give them
But
any attention.
anyway, ladies, I'm sorry if you felt like I disrespected you, Jimbo. I would never disrespect your panel. I appreciate you letting me up, dude. Smoky Mountain Mama, please reach out to me. I'm pretty sure you got my email.
Absolutely. I'll be reaching out to you. And Fizz, you were not disrespectful in my eyes, and I will be
I
speaking with
know.
you.
I hope not. I hope not, because I had really hoped to me and Tattoos come up there and meet y'all and do shots of moonshine flavor and testing and stuff, man.
I'm still.
But anyway,
Yeah.
huh?
Well, that sounds good, buddy. Well,
All right.
Crank,
Y'all
you
have a good
great
one.
night, buddy. Thank you.
You too, man.
All right. Now go ahead, Smoky Mountain Mama. Continue.
Okay. And I just want to make it clear, that Fizz Crank is great, and he's always been one to want to see all sides of everything. He's never been one to just focus in on one side ever. He's
I
very
get it. I
cool.
get it.
He's cool in my book.
Yeah, I can tell he's worried about his friend and
Yeah, and he should be. And that's how I want everybody to be. I want everybody to still be concerned for him to some point, but then also I don't want him to be able to continue to manipulate
Right.
others as well.
Okay, so we got the Saturday morning, and you got the text message with the picture of the antifreeze.
Yes. And then that's when I sent the cops, and then I had uh, then they didn't do anything, and they couldn't do anything obviously because he apparently completely denied wanting to do any harm to himself,
Right.
which I anticipated that because that's what he has done previously.
Yeah.
And so that's whenever I hired somebody to stay there and keep an eye on him. And like I said, I shouldn't have even had to do that, but it is what it is, and I want to make sure he was not doing anything to himself, or if he did, then I want to make sure he got immediate care.
Yeah.
So, like I said, then I didn't hear anything at all Saturday night. Then this morning, that's whenever I actually reached out because they were only supposed to contact me if there was anything of concerning behavior. So then that's whenever I reached out, and they told me that he was perfectly fine, that he was out to smoke quite frequently. Keep in mind, this is after him not responding to anybody's calls,
Smoke.
messages, emails, or anything.
He did finally call me. Remember
After
remember, yes, because we had that conversation where he had told me that he mentioned the police coming out, and he said that exactly what he had told you in the past about um, they weren't going to take him because he knows how to get around that.
Yep.
okay,
He said that again.
Yep.
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think too. So, but yeah, he did. He called me, and because he's been real angry all weekend instead of trying to be nice and crying like he normally does. He's been real angry. So he was real ugly with me, and he was saying that talking about the police coming out and how he knows how to, of course they weren't going to do anything because he knows how to get around them.
Mm-hmm. He absolutely does. He told me those same words.
Yep.
Yep, I remember now. We discussed that. Yeah. So then after this morning, after that confirmation, that he was perfectly fine, and that he was actually, outside smoking. He came down for coffee, looked even better than he did the day before. That, in my mind, that told me everything that I needed to know. That this was a manipulative tactic, and I no longer needed to worry. And it was like a light bulb went off in my mind, that he's not going to harm himself. I don't need to walk on eggshells now. Like
616. No, he's not on substances.
And this is when I just need to cut the cord, basically. So I had packed up all of his things and I took them straight to where he's at and dropped them off in the front lobby and completely just washed my hands of the situation because I'm not going to allow him at all, period, to continue to emotionally harm me.
And unfortunately, where me and the Dove stand, we have been friends, real good friends to both of them and each other, and a support behind the scenes. And but unfortunately, people in the community are being contacted, um, and are being manipulated and lied to. And I believe everyone just saw what just happened up here. So people doesn't have all sides of the story. They're just taking his story and trying to crucify Smokey when there's her and her children are the ones that are having to live this nightmare, especially in the last week and all weekend, during a time when they're already going through enough. And also, there's, a holiday for the kids today, and she is having to deal with this as well. And there's only so much you can do. And, when it's over, it's over. And you don't just stay in a room 3 miles away and threaten until you get your way back in. You move on.
Right.
And I mean, I see a lot of people in chat. Yeah, we did have to come out like this because there was too many people um, that was being contacted and told stuff that wasn't true. So it did unfortunately have to come to this.
Yeah, it was like I agree that a lot of people like when I heard from you, um, and I heard Smoky in the background on I think speakerphone, maybe speaking to the Dove, and or maybe no, maybe she was talking to you and I was talking to your husband.
Yeah, that's
But
what
but
you
anyway,
told
I can hear the
me.
distress, and you know, at that point there wasn't very many who knew.
No.
Um, within 36 hours, I've got 24 people messaging me asking me if I know about it.
Me too.
So
So people are being contacted, and it's not by us three, but the stuff is getting said out. And now, the right thing is the right thing. I've always stood for the right thing on our community. And, having Smokey be blamed for something that she has tried to prevent, tried to help, it was just not going to happen. I
I
mean,
think her coming here on YouTube, because this is where everybody knows them. Everybody knows the situations. Like it's going to be from that other side. It's going to be rained on with hellfire anyway. They're going to do happy dances and clips and
Yeah.
this and that bad things. And even though she
but
said
I don't
he's never
care as long
physically
as
hit
Smokey's
me,
safe and the
they're
kids.
going to do these things and it was better for her to say these things on YouTube. And the people who say don't do it on YouTube, well, I think that route has been tried too, and it
Mm-hmm.
hasn't worked. Um,
But it's been a very long time that I've kept a lot of things hush hush. In fact, I've tried to help sweep things under the rugs for him,
yeah,
to make sure, like I said, that it wasn't something that was mentally wrong. I mean, and there probably is still. I'm not a doctor. I can't diagnose anybody, but I've taken him to two, and I wanted to give him all the help possible. And excuse me, I'm sorry. Um, sorry, it's been a lot. But it's just gotten to the point where so much has snowballed.
that's what it does.
It has snowballed. It has accumulated, and then, like I said, after I mean, this week and this weekend has just, enough is enough.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like I said, I've completely cut all ties with them. I've cut off his cell phone service. I don't want anything more to do with him, and that's why I mean, and that's one of the main reasons too. I wanted to get that message clear across to him once I found out this morning that he was perfectly fine and healthy, and not in a state that he was trying to portray. That's why I brought every belonging of his, left it in the lobby, and I don't want any more communication, period, because I know from here on out, no matter what, it's always going to continue the same cycle.
So what do you hope? What do you want after this live stream? If you could say something to wrap, and you're saying it, and I'm pretty sure he's going to hear this and see this. Um, what do you want to say? Like, what? Where do you want him to go from here? Where do you want to go from here?
Well, Rap is one of the people. He has so much potential.
Oh yeah, I know.
Much potential in life. I mean, he needs to apply himself in the right places, and he can do some amazing things. He just needs to do it. He needs to take initiative, get on his own feet, and that's what I've told him for months. Like, even if him and I ended up breaking up or staying together, either way, he needs to take initiative and get on his own 2 feet. He cannot depend on others. He has to get on his own 2 feet. And I mean, he can do so many good things. Like, there really is great in him. There really is. And like I said, I do not want to do this as a bash or anything like that. And then for myself as well, I'm just done. I don't want any contact further between him and I. If he does continue to contact me, because he has created several different numbers trying to contact me. If he does try to contact me, then from here on forward, I will have to move forward with the order of protection.
Yeah. That's something you're avoiding right now, right? Because you don't want to hang that on him, right?
I do not want that. I do not want anything negative against him. I just want him to go and be successful in life.
Yeah.
I want only the absolute best for him, no matter what.
And can I respond to see something, say something? No, he has not had a job since they've been together. In fact, he was supposed to start one Monday and didn't. And nor has he helped her financially with any of his YouTube money or anything else from the channel that comes in, except for one time. And then there was also a manipulation of some utility bills to try to prevent her from kicking him out.
Yes.
So manipulation is deep here. I mean, very deep.
Yes.
So have you spoken to anybody, Smoky Mountain Mama, that from his family or friends that are willing to come and pick him up?
No.
Because I would help pay for it if he would be willing to go.
No, but I have offered to pay. I have not spoken to them personally, because the only person that I could speak to would be his mom. And I don't want to be that person to tell a mother about their child if it's somebody that I don't know. I've never met her personally. We've only spoken on the phone very briefly. Her and I do not know each other. There's no reason for her to believe anything that I say.
Exactly. Right.
And I can't be the bearer of bad news to a mother, because I know as a mother myself, if somebody were to call me that I hardly know, I would be immediately on the defensive mode.
Yeah. Oh, I would too. Absolutely, as a father, I would too. And I wouldn't want to hear from you. I'm just,
It,
I'm just saying, I wouldn't want to hear from you at all.
exactly. I
Uh,
could just be some crazy person out there trying to make up stuff, and that I can't do that to his mother.
yeah.
And so no, I have not reached out to her personally, but I have offered more than several times and I have told him to reach out to her. I have told him so many times, and of course the responses I get are, well, I'm just better off dead or something like that. And I hate to say that in such a monotone voice, but I've heard it so much
Yeah.
over this past little bit that I can't do it.
So there is absolutely no reconciliation.
No, nothing.
And he is a grown man. There is some point in time to where if he does need to go back to Kansas, then that's exactly what he needs to do. It's not on Smoky Mountain Mama's shoulders to make all of that happen for him. He is a grown up.
Well,
He's
yeah, you're right. And then,
grown up to
like you
do grown
said,
up stuff.
I've
And
already sent him back to Kansas once, and that was the first time he actually intentionally. I sent him back to Kansas once.
isn't that
Whenever
the episode Nicolina brags about?
then that's whenever the first episode happened. Well, then he intentionally hacked into, or I don't want to say hack. That's a
Broke into.
he got into my Expedia account that I had given him the um password to. I just didn't realize he saved it, but he got into my Expedia account and rescheduled the ticket that I canceled for him to come back to Tennessee, and rescheduled it only to immediately be taken from the airport. And he intentionally left his location settings on his phone for me to be able to watch him be taken from the airport to UT Medical Center and then be checked into a mental facility.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's
So
what happened.
he flew from Kansas to Tennessee to be checked in.
Yeah, in front of my face. Yep.
Hmm.
at some point in life, when you're an adult, you have to take some accountability. And when you've been coddled and protected by numerous women, um, and you shit the bed and messed it up yourself, you have to move forward and do what you got to do to separate yourself from that situation. It is not Smokey's place to do anything else more than what she has already done and what she's already been through. And yeah, as we were talking right before me, Smokey and the Dove, Nick has already texted her today. So I mean,
Of course she has.
She did immediately, and I'm not. I mean, I can't even with that one.
Yeah. And no matter what happens with rap, it don't make her any more or less evil.
No,
Yeah.
no, not at all. Like, in fact, like, oh god, that's just another one trying to swoop in on anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Smokey doesn't need all the extras.
Right. Right.
She's truly got enough. I mean,
Oh my
um,
goodness. And she got two beautiful kids
I'm
that need their mama, and that takes up a lot of time right there.
yes, and I mean, she's literally, dancing around their schedules to, make sure that, no he's not in the house. And, because if he's in the house, she knows she's going to have a hard time getting him out of the house,
Yeah.
and I see in the chat some people are saying change your locks, this, that, and the other. Well, y'all are right, because God bless her. I was on the phone with her the other night, and she was going from locks to windows to make sure everything was locked up. I mean, that's how bad it is.
Yeah, it's not good.
It
Well,
really
I
No.
mean, even so, he's lived there for over 30 days. So, I mean, he's lived there for a year basically. So,
Yes.
I mean, he's a resident there.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the eyes of the law, he's a resident there.
Yep.
Right.
You
Yep.
would, probably be better off to get an eviction notice.
Oh, yeah, I've already gone through that process, but then I have to serve him with those papers.
And he doesn't have an address.
No.
Well, but you do know where he's
Thing-
at.
Yes. But same thing with that is following that doesn't even really do a whole lot, and that gives them 30 days. But then I've already been through this process with the police, and what I
With
have to get an order of protection, and avoid the 30 days that I have to give them.
Yeah, and you're trying to avoid the order of protection. I get it.
100%, because I don't want to do that to him. I want to
Yeah.
give him the opportunity to
Exactly,
go
Rosemary.
on, live his life. He
Just
has
think-
stuff to live for, and I mean, not everything works out in life, and you don't stomp your feet and drag somebody else's face in the mud if it doesn't work out in your favor.
Fizz, if you're still listening, maybe you're somebody who would listen to and talk to. I tried to talk to him.
Yeah, we
You
did.
know, and I think he kind of, I think he was listening, but he was really down, of course, and but I don't think he wanted, like he's not going to take my advice on anything. But maybe a friend that's been a friend for a while, maybe Fizz, or if he's got any friends off of YouTube that are friends of his, maybe they hearing from them, hey buddy, let's go home, let's go somewhere, not here.
Yep.
And that's might be what it's going to take.
And I'm seeing a lot.
Somebody putting that in his head, like, look, dude, if she has to get an order for protection, how bad is that going to be for you?
Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you
wanna-
got to do what's best for you and your children, though. That's the first and foremost.
And
Exactly.
I do want to say, though, that I don't feel like I'm in danger. I don't feel like he would ever be a danger to me. And I want to get that point very clear.
Right. You don't think he's going to break down the door and hurt you and your kids?
I do not believe that at all whatsoever.
But do you think he will leave you alone?
I think it's going to take a lot of time if he does not leave this area.
That's what I think. I think if he was out of the area, that it would be easier for him
Yep.
to put it behind him.
100%.
It's, and I believe he's in love with you. I totally believe
No,
that.
I don't think he loves me at all.
I'm not sure that's love when you do someone this way.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm just talking from a broken-hearted man standpoint. Like, he's doing everything he can. Yes, I do believe it's manipulation. I do believe it's horrible, terribly wrong, and I don't agree with it. But, I think, I don't know. I mean, if he didn't, like, I can't explain why he wouldn't just leave. Like,
Well,
what else?
and I don't mean to interrupt you, Jimbo. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, there was even one point that I had told him we can still be technically together if you would like. Because I'm not in first grade. I don't need a boyfriend, girlfriend title on my name. Like, I'm committed to somebody, I'm committed. I told him if you would like, we just need to be separated because I feel like you are using me almost, or maybe I'm your crutch, maybe. But if you were out on your own, then maybe you could get going a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
And start obtaining some self-confidence. And get yourself going. I said that's only going to benefit the both of us. And I said I'll even pay for it. We can still be together. We just need to live separately. And that was a no-go for him.
So it started out with you really just wanting some space.
No, not even necessarily that. I mean, I don't even know how to really explain that, but I just knew something was off.
Yeah.
And the first thing was about the job that he was supposed to start that he didn't. The people that hired him didn't even. I mean,
let me ask you this, Smokey. How big a deal is that for you for him to have a job? Like, how badly do you want him to go to work?
Okay, so I even told him from the start that he necessarily doesn't even have to work because I can, run this household on my own. And it wasn't the fact that I felt like he needed to go and get a job to help support me or my children, nothing like that. I was telling him that it would help him mentally and emotionally. And, it would just be a better benefit for him, so that he's not just sitting around at the house all day wondering when we're going to have sex next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fluffy asked a question I think everybody would like to know, Smoky.
Fine.
What did he say after that happened on Monday?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What did he say to you after the incident on Monday?
Oh, okay. So after that happened, I was very quiet and I just kind of distanced myself from him after that. And then he was just kind of being a little bit cordial, acting like nothing happened. And I just looked at him. I was like, "You do realize what just happened, right?" And he said, "What? You were calling me baby." And I said, "No, I told you to stop." And he acted like he didn't even hear it. He was just giving me this blank stare, staring at me, blinking.
Okay.
Yeah. And there was no explanation. There was nothing.
Yeah, well, there's no reason for it. So he has no explanation for something he knows is wrong.
And he does know what he did was wrong.
Yep.
He knows it was very wrong. He knows, in his words, that he messed up.
Yeah. Yeah. Red flag, everybody. Trigger alert.
Trigger warning running on the bottom for a little while now.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody can make their own mind up, their own choices up on who you support, who you believe, or what you do after this. But we don't need, Smokey's story being spun by someone else or anything like that. She doesn't need advice on what to do from here. She knows what she's got to do. He knows what he's got to do. She is just trying to tell her story, what happened, and go from there. But you can support whoever you want to. But you know what you're supporting now if you do. So that's.
Yeah. And also, I see Jimbo's pinned comment or pinned message in the chat. I have also warned him more than several times. Like I said, this is not just something that just popped up out of nowhere. This has been months. And one of the main things that I had to do, or that I was able to say to him that got him to just shut up and stop, was, "I will take this to YouTube if you don't stop." And he has continued, and in fact, like I said, went way far above and beyond. And I honestly feel like this could be my last attempt before legally pursuing anything, and because I don't want to do that. I don't want that for him. I don't want anything for anything negative for him, period.
Yeah.
And I have passed along your messages to Smokey, everybody that has messaged me saying you support her. Everything, she is aware, and she appreciates it. Um, but before anything bad is said about her or what has actually happened was twisted, which it already is being, then this was the only way to, um, let everyone know as a whole her side, what's going on. Um, he's been offered to come up and tell his side. He chose not to, which is fine. But it's she's got to do what's right for her. She's got to do what's right for the kids.
100%.
And this, nobody should have to, especially someone that's done as much for someone as she has. It's not fair to her. It's not fair to anyone. It's not fair to the people in the community. He is threatening with suicide because of this, and it's not fair to anyone. No one that's ever had to deal with grief or suicide in their families and their lives to have to be put through this. And especially when it's used as a manipulation tactic, it's just not fair to anybody, especially Smokey. It's
Right.
not fair to the
Um,
dog, going through a lot of health issues anyway. And, it's not fair to anyone.
the 100, and I can answer this one because I have mentioned it. It feels like a million times to him, and some of you are also asking or saying the same thing. I have told him to contact his family
Mm-hmm.
um, many, 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 many times. I have told him he has got a son, at least a son that we know of. He's got a child. He's got blood out there that needs him, and I get no response. He just glazes over the fact when I mention that.
He does the
So
same.
he just doesn't. It's like they don't exist. So he's not going to reach out to them. He
No,
said he was going to take a Uber to go to his mother's. What, Saturday? He said he was going to do that.
Yeah.
he did.
Yeah, he told me that, and at the same time, he's talking to me on the phone, and he's telling me how bitter the antifreeze tastes. And it's like, I thought you were going to your mother's. So, he's just not going to do it.
And then,
He's
yep. And then the source that I had hired, to keep a lookout for him, said that he was perfectly fine the next morning and
Well,
looked even better.
I was going to say I can appreciate the fact that it's sad that you've had to go to this extreme, but I can appreciate the fact that you're letting him know before anything legal is done, this is my last stand right here.
Yeah.
No, you're drawing the line in the sand and saying this is it for me.
and,
You're being fair to him, and
and
like I
Kemper,
said, I can appreciate that.
I have told him that. I mean, before, when I thought, maybe he stood a chance
Yeah.
because knowing how Smokey is, I would tell him, well, and actually this did happen on Friday. I was talking to him, and he came up with this idea himself. He said, oh, maybe when she comes in, if I suggest that we go to counseling together, do you think she'll do it? And I said, yes, that would be wonderful. I know she would do it. I know she would do it. So, and I told him, I said, I even worded it for him. I said, but why don't you, when you mention it to her, I said, why don't you kind of suggest it like in a way saying, if I do all the research and find the right help, if I do it and set it all up, will you do it with me? I said, show her you're really interested. You're going to go the extra mile and set it up. And I said, say it that way. Show her you care. So here we were setting up this game plan, and I'm helping him. And then when he ends up going in the house, it was nothing. The conversation was, I mean, it couldn't have been the worst thing he did with her.
Absolutely. You absolutely did do that. And he ended up coming inside. He sat down on the couch for a second and then said, can I go upstairs and lay down in our bed? And I had already told him he cannot go in our bedroom. Like, not at all. He's going to be sleeping on the couch. And he, not one mention of counseling. And I would have been way more than open. Way more than open. But that's not what he had in his mind. And that's why I'm saying this is all pure, intentional manipulation.
No, I get that. I was just saying, I think you're being very fair. I wasn't saying anything but that. You're being fair to him, saying, hey, man,
Yes.
This is where I'm done with it.
Yeah.
You cross that line, then I'm going to have to take legal steps. So.
Oh, yeah. I heard you. I'm sorry. I just had to mute out for a second. I had to tuck my oldest one in bed because she'd been waiting up for me. But yeah, no, and I appreciate you, Kemper. But yeah, he's been given every single opportunity beyond the extent of my patience.
Yep. And the last time with the Tylenol, we spoke to him nonstop days during all of that. And I think at one point, whenever he was in the hotel after he was released, he called and my husband talked to him for at least 2 hours and, was telling him, look, you can't put her through this type of, threats of this and that when, every time you don't get your way or you have a fight, you just can't do that. And even talk to him about maybe going to church or doing something, whatever it is he needs to do, but following through with it. And evidently he hasn't. And instead it's gotten worse. And when he came up on Ash's panel the other day to traders, I understand he was upset. But the last thing you say or do when somebody has lost a brother or a relative to murder is, well, fuck your brother and fuck, and I knew something was wrong that day because that just wasn't the right, it just wasn't Rap's tone. He seemed extremely hateful that day. And, it just surprised me whenever he came up and said that and maybe her, I understand that, but to say that about her brother kind of shocked me that he said
Yeah.
that. And I
Smoky Mountain Mama, can you check the private chat?
kind of looked like, what was that about? And then I tried for a few days to get in touch with him after that to check on him. And he didn't answer. He wouldn't answer. And then Friday night, and I know you could tell by Jimbo's face, you could see the paleness come over him when he was finding out the same time I was, because he was
I got that phone call. That's what it was about.
that. This is bad. It's not bad, and I know his world has been uprooted, but he has had a long time to change things and better things, and has had the support to do it. We have all been here. We have all fought hard. We've all been doxxed, threatened. People had hurt. She's went through SWATs with her kids. She's went through all kinds of stuff to this man, and I'm not sure at what he's even given her in return, except a hard time.
It's just blatant disrespect. And that's what I've explained to him. over and over and over again. He has, and I even looked at myself. I was wondering if it was something that I've done, and actually that was part of one of our conversations this week. I was pleading with him, wanting to know, what am I doing? What have I done? And I just want to know, that way I can help resolve this for him, because I want him to be able to move forward and grow as a person. But I also have to look at myself and wonder what the hell could have caused this. And all he could say is, "Oh, you don't love me." And I said, "No, obviously I do love you. I've been through all this for months now and been as patient as possible with you while trying to help you. Like, how could you say I don't love you?" um
And it's pretty hypocritical to start up alive. And I mean, I know Ernie is Ernie, Nick is Nick, Mama T is Mama T, but it's pretty hypocritical to start up alive and get hundreds of people, on, you know, the way, I know we enjoy the lives and everything like that, but when you find out that in behind the scenes, he is the exact same way as all three of them, it really puts things in a different perspective. It did for me, finding out the past few days that all of this has went down, and even the night of the Tylenol, that some of this stuff isn't any different than their behavior. And who is he to lead a group of people on a campaign to, you know what I'm saying, to um, hate on people? And it just, it just,
well, I do have to say, excuse me, that I don't believe rap typically doesn't go live if everything is going smoothly for him. Whenever things are a little bit rocky, that's whenever he goes completely radio silent. And
yep.
um and I do have to say, anytime he did go live, he was within a good mindset, and everything was going in his favor at that moment. And I almost feel like that was a tactic against me too, because I've always supported him going live. I've always wanted him to express himself, because I mean, he's very entertaining. And I enjoy his lives as well.
Yeah. I mean, we all, and, there was a lot of stuff that was happening, being said about him or his past that simply was not true. In fact,
Mhm.
told his background for him, sent it to him, and the stuff that was being said about him that was on his background is not there. They can
Right.
say it if they want it, but for me to see myself, I have to look at myself, and what was being said is not there. And I mean, we sent him a copy of it so he would have it, um, you know, to go against this. And I do know that he, um,
He 100% has not ever physically
no,
harmed.
no, no, he
He
hasn't.
and I will vouch for that.
If he did, it's not on his background. So,
He has never physically harmed any woman with his, like I'm talking like beating or anything like that.
but I mean, I don't want people in here judging Smoky because she hasn't done this. She don't have this order. She don't have that order. She should have done this. She should have done that. Because honestly, she has tried. I mean, thoroughly tried. She's went way more above and beyond than, I mean, anyone I know. And
Well,
behind the
and
background, we've all been here as friends, and um,
and things have just come to a head
yeah, big
for
time.
her. Um, really this weekend, because her nature is she's a very forgiving person,
Yeah.
and you know I know, you have to know her, and I just you literally could hear a tone change in her voice this weekend, so that you just know that she's fed up. And it was very hard it's very hard to tell somebody else, instead of saying, yeah, she'll probably change her mind, because in the past that's kind of, the way she's been. So you could be, rest assured when you're talking to Rap and give him some, confidence and say, yes, everything's going to be okay. But, this weekend, you could hear it in her voice. And I've always told him that I'm going to be honest with him.
Yeah.
I'm always going to be honest with her. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything.
Not either.
So, I heard it in her voice, and, I certainly don't want her to go backwards.
No.
You need her to push forward because she's spinning her wheels. It's not going to go anywhere. So he really got angry this weekend because, when I was talking to him, I had to tell him, okay, I'll talk to her, but she's not going to change her mind. She told him, we are done. It's over with. And she said it to me too. So when somebody says that, they mean it. She said, we're done. It's over with. So
And at this point, we don't care what they twist or play with. We don't care.
Yeah,
The
that's what
truth of what happened is out, and I mean, there is more proof to back it up, but that
yes,
is personal. And what they say and do from here is their own ways. We can't stop them, but things that needed to be said was said tonight.
yeah. And I didn't even want it to come to this at all. But clearly it had to. Through his actions, statements, persistence, threats, I can't. He needs to be held accountable for his actions because he knows he's wrong. I mean, he knows how sensitive suicide is. Even that topic, subject, or anything, he knows how sensitive it is for me.
Yeah.
And that's what he tends to go straight for. So I've and I just don't want anybody else to be affected. If he does choose at this point,
I'm not gonna porn bomb you, bro. I promise.
All right.
okay.
Hi, Allison.
Hi.
How are you, lovely?
Oh, I'm just, fantastic. How are you?
Well, I can tell that you're not, and I hate that. I hate that you had to go through what you went through. I guess one of the bright spots of all of this is that you weren't like some of the other women in his wake, and that he didn't have to beat you to get away from you, right?
I don't think he beat any of those women.
Well, I don't know. The law thinks they do, and I kind of just think what the law tells me to think.
The women say that though.
I understand, but I'm just giving you my opinion, and
Fair enough.
I can read him
Feels
pretty.
kind of different being on this side of it, doesn't it? Just a little bit. Like the YouTube is wild, huh?
Yeah, the streets are crazy.
Yeah. So I hear that he's supposed. How you doing, Mr. Jimbo? Mr. Kemper, how you doing, sir? So he's supposed to be suicidal. Is that what I hear?
That is what he is claiming. Correct.
Has there been an intervention?
Several.
Yeah.
Several.
Yep.
Well, I know that. I know that you probably had to put up with a lot with all of that, and I think that you showed the community here. I mean, I'm aware of the fact that you're a strong woman. I think that's a beautiful thing, and I hate that it took that sort of nonsense in order to show that to everyone. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not trying to show any aspect of myself anybody, but I'm just trying to come out here and explain that I've done everything I possibly could. He is
Did you make that post earlier, or was that you made that post, right?
I sure did.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a manager of the channel, went on there, I made the post, and it was up for a few minutes and very quickly removed. And then I got an email very shortly after saying he no longer have access to his channel.
Do you have access to his channel?
I used to, but
It said you no longer have access, right?
no longer.
Do you think he cared more about YouTube than he did you?
I think he cares a lot more about himself than anything else.
Yeah. You're probably ready for a real man, aren't you?
I'm not open to anything, period.
Well, if you ever do, I'm going to be coming through Tennessee mid-June.
Oh,
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
enough, BK. Come on, you're out. I kicked him. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Sorry about that, Smoky Mountain Mama.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Nope. This is not a, YouTube is not a dating website. Please do not use it as so.
no, don't.
No,
Yep.
nope.
Yep.
So, yeah, I know. I asked her if she wanted to allow him up, and I thought he might be going to be genuine with her in her, moment of weakness, but obviously he's dancing on it just like Nicolina would.
Yeah, but I mean, it would be
That's
expected. And again, that's why I said I'm
sorry,
open.
baby.
And I just now saw your message in back chat. You said you
Yeah,
should. But I mean, it's fine. It's what's to be expected. And like I said, I'm not looking for anything. I don't want or expect or need anything. I was just telling the situation because I do believe that all of his subscribers, which I'm sure the majority watch your channel, I believe that they deserved an explanation.
yeah. And the ones being contacted behind the scenes and being told I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that because Smokey's mad at me and this, that. You're talking with a lot of people and saying that to a lot of people that has lived through this stuff before, and it just brings up a very hurtful time of their life when they've had to deal with this in their own families. And it's not fair, like I said, to anyone
No, it's
to
not.
have to worry, somebody's gonna die if they don't convince Smokey to take him back in or nothing else. That ship has sailed. She let him come back in after the Tylenol thing, and we had a support system for him, and I mean he just
He has every avenue of help put in his lap. And
Yeah.
had that from the start, especially after this last incident. And then I was going to all his appointments with him, and talking to the therapists and everything. And they have given him every single avenue, saying like, you don't even need to worry about this or that together. I had set him up with insurance. And so that wouldn't even be a concern for him. He has every single potential laid out in front of him. There's nothing that would prevent him from getting him the help that he needs.
Yeah.
And so therefore from here on out, like I said, especially after hiring somebody and even staying in the hotel that he's at, like, oh my goodness. And then them keeping an eye on him, telling me what he's doing. Yeah, I think that's the most that I could do. And then the fact that he was perfectly fine after trying to portray that he had harmed himself.
Yeah.
To others, like that's where it was completely drawn for me. There's no more communication is necessary.
been a lot of people worried because he's telling them he's going to do this and do that, when in actuality he's just sitting back watching stuff play out on YouTube and
Yes.
seeing, and then trying to convince the dove that he's getting sick. This has a strong taste. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's childish. It's selfish. Most of all,
It's beyond ridiculous.
it's manipulation at the worst level you can get, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's sick. And I know the dove has heard this now for probably the third or fourth time. But whenever my children have asked me, where's crap at? And I said, well, and this is how I had to sit and explain this to my children. And I said, and this is whenever I was completely fed up. This was just yesterday morning and today as well. I sat my youngest one down and he was like, well, where's Rap at? And I said, well, whenever you were very little and you sometimes had to put people or I sometimes had to put you in timeout, and that way you can, sit and think about what you did and then, come to realize what you did was wrong and then snap out of it. And then you could get out of timeout, right? And he said, oh, yeah, I remember. I was like, well, this is a very similar situation. He goes, well, I was very young. I was really little when I had to do that. I was like, my point exactly.
Yep.
Midnight Baker said, Smoky Mountain Mama, this is not just manipulation. It's calculated, cruel, intentional, manipulating, controlling behavior, which has escalated. All danger signs are there. Kids come first. You need to protect them.
Absolutely. My kids come first no matter what. And he knows that 110%. I will not. And that's why I drew a line, and there's no way he's crossing it. He has all of his belongings. It's done.
You haven't got an order of protection yet. So have you told him, if this doesn't happen by this date, I'm going to get an order of protection?
I basically told him that. I did not set a specific date, but I did tell him that I already have an order of protection. This was after the Tylenol event.
Yeah.
I had already started that process. And I let him know exactly what I was doing, because that's whenever he was saying, well, you have to give me 30 days eviction notice. And I said, no, sir. I can force an order of protection order to go through very quickly. Yeah. I have very connections.
Absolutely. We have some new trolls heading in. So just in case Rap's watching, what date would that be? When is enough? What are you gonna? If you could tell him, if you're not done by such and such a date, what date are you going to be forced to do that?
Are you talking about like him contacting me?
Yeah, I'm talking about like what do you want? Like, you don't want him there, you don't want him around, so.
Oh no, he has no reason to contact me anymore. He has no reason to have any connection with me. He has the full means of going to his mother's. I've already offered my services before to fly him out to his mother's.
Okay, so
all of his belongings. As of right now, if he contacts me any further,
tell him now. Next time you contact me.
Yeah, next time you
be forced to
go through with the protection order.
So officially, next time he contacts you, you're going to go get an order of protection.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or if he comes anywhere near my property.
Right. Any attempt or any contact or attempt to see you visibly or in any form.
in any form, even out where I normally frequent, because he does know my normal routine throughout the day. If he comes anywhere near,
No good wheels. I'm just kidding.
exactly, no Goodwills, no thrift stores,
He
no.
does not. He does not need to be calling her children or texting them.
Yes, if he
Oh
calls
my
her
God.
children
What
again,
Oh,
I will physically harm him.
has that happened?
Yes.
It has
Oh
happened,
that was
no. Come
thing
on, Rap.
to where
dude. That's wrong, man. That's some Ernie shit right there.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yep.
told him that if she stated that if he didn't stop the shit, this would have to go public on YouTube, where he thinks that he's got all of these people supporting him and love and stuff like that. But it didn't stop; it kept continuing. Except he was trying to do it through third parties,
Yep.
and
He
Alicia
those
Chancellor
aren't.
wants to know is your family aware of the situation?
Yes,
110%.
yeah.
Okay. And Cassfish wants to know, does he have a car?
No.
He does not have a car. Yeah. I knew the answer. I just wanted you to say it because I don't want to speak for you, but because when I talked to him on the phone, I was like, do you have a ride? Can you get to where you need to go? And he said, no, he left it in Kansas when he came to move in with you.
No, that he's never had his own vehicle, as far as I'm aware of.
Okay.
Mm.
But either way, he definitely doesn't have a car right now.
No, absolutely not. I have two, and I would not give either one.
Well, I'll take one. No, I'm just kidding. I got a car.
No, I'm beyond done. And he needs to hear it.
He needs to leave the kids alone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He needs to leave all three of them.
Right.
Yeah.
I told him when I am done, I am done.
Has he contacted the children after you had his phone turned off? Like, did he contact them from a created number?
No, he did not.
Okay.
Oh no, then I would have already physically harmed myself. Then I would be the one with the battery charge.
Yeah. And like if you were to do that, you would catch the charge.
Oh, I know for sure.
Yeah.
He'd cry about
Law
it.
is so funny like that.
Yeah. But no, he has not contacted my children ever since I cut off his cell phone service.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to see any harm come to the fella.
I don't either.
And like you said, I think, with his charisma and the way he's, like he could sell ketchup popsicle to a woman in a white suit, like
Mm-hmm.
um
He has every
he's got it. He could get on the radio, whatever, and he can do it on YouTube. Like I just think he needs to clear his mind and move on from you, and I hope he does that. And I don't know. I mean, I sure don't want to see nobody hurt themselves. And I told him if he feels some type of way, call me.
He has had every opportunity laid out on his lap. And it's to the point where if he chooses to do so and he doesn't take any route, it is only in his hands. And that is exactly what the police told me.
Is he a resident of Tennessee, like driver's license wise or ID card?
Oh yeah. Yeah. He yeah, I actually, in order for him, if I'm going to spill all the beans, I'll just spill them. So after I had learned that he supposedly had a warrant of some sort, I told him I was not comfortable with anybody that had a warrant in my house because I was not familiar with that. I encouraged him to get that taken care of. And he says he did not know at all. And I genuinely do believe him that he did not know that he had a warrant. That was from years ago. Well, I encouraged him to get that taken care of. Well, in order for him to do that, there were certain classes that he had to take, and he had to prove that he was not living in the state to be able to take the online classes as opposed to the in-person classes in that state.
Okay.
So he needed to show proof that he lived in Tennessee. So I gave him my water bill and electric bill, and he went in and changed the name from mine to his, to show proof of residency, because you have to have 2 forms.
Right.
And he changed his address to mine.
Gotcha.
And that was, golly, time has blurred by. I'm wanting to give a good guesstimate of a month and a half ago.
Okay. Now let me say this. A lot of people are trying to call out the SWAT call, saying that the SWAT call is not real, that Roger Brown didn't make that call, and that the cops coming to your house wasn't the Roger Brown call.
Roger Brown called. It was 110% him. Y'all heard it.
Oh yeah, we heard the call.
Yeah, heard it. It was him. It was 100% real. You heard my voice on there as well.
Yep.
It was 100% real.
So when the cops came to your door that night, it was for that call.
Yes, it was for that call. I'm sure there was even a timestamp on that video that was sent.
Probably was. I know a lot of people have already said that. I've seen that swirling around a little bit, and I was like, as far as I know, that was all legit.
It's 100% legit. There's nothing faked about that. That was that night. Everything was perfectly fine between me and him. In fact, him and I don't get in arguments. Like I refuse to argue with anybody.
I bet you I can start a fight with you right now.
It's fine. You can.
Ah, damn it. See?
It is perfectly fine. You can. I don't care. But him and I don't argue. We do not get into yelling matches, nothing like that. There's never anything been physical like that. I revert to the exact opposite. I talk to him exactly as I'm talking right now. I'm very matter of fact. If he needs to yell or argue about something, he can go talk to a tree outside, but just don't talk to me about it.
Yeah.
And Stacy, I'm sorry, honey, but let me tell you, she said that he had not pulled her hair, beat her, slung her around, or
Never.
as Fizz suggested, tied her to a tree. But what he did Monday was absolutely forceful. It didn't come with a beating or hair pulling or tree tying.
No.
And you really don't have to announce your departure 4 times like an airport. Just go ahead and go. If this ain't for you, go.
Oh gosh, I wasn't even watching that. I didn't catch.
I'm sick of seeing it.
I didn't catch. But no, he has never hit me. Nothing like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's good.
Well, of course, and I don't believe that he's ever hit any woman, and I can't reiterate that enough, because I am not on here trying to.
Right. And the thing with the women, I don't know the second one, but I mean, I believed Carissa when she told her story, and she said, there wasn't any of that, so I believe her.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not around him now. She's got a fiance and a family, so I don't think she would be in fear of any physical violence now that would make her say, no, he didn't do that. So I believe, what she was saying, and there was probably a lot to it. the reason why the charges came. A lot of cops are assholes, and when they get called out for something domestic, they're going to write somebody up for it.
Now, I can see what I mean, just from my experience, what I can see is him getting very extremely worked up. Um, and I could see if there was somebody else that were feeling that well, if they were to be, um,
Fuel on fire.
yes, I could totally see a situation escalating to the point where somebody could exaggerate a situation.
Yeah.
I could totally see that. But me, on the other hand, I remove myself from the situation, and I say, go just don't be here. Like, that's just how I handle it. I don't have a.
And River, yes, it very much, the escalation point got to be where, it was a control factor. That was one of the many factors, but yeah, control, um, with her, and he wasn't getting that control. Um, he admitted that he was controlling. Um, he started to be controlling to me when, like I said, this weekend, when he started to realize that, like I said, when he said that it was over, then he was calling me, demanding in a very angry tone, demanding that I call her and tell her that she needs to do this, that, the other. Call her, and then he'd call me back. And you need to call her and tell her. So it was starting to be controlling, because everything was, you need to call her and tell her. And it's
Yeah,
like, okay, well, I'm doing something right now. I'll call in about 20 minutes. But it was very controlling.
absolutely.
I can see that. And I, I don't know. Did you know he called me about you once?
I do. And I'm just embarrassed about that because I didn't understand.
I didn't either, but I told him, okay, buddy, I respect that.
Right.
You know,
I didn't understand what the situation was. And he kept telling me, he was like, no, I felt really uncomfortable. And I said,
well, he
well,
told me you felt uncomfortable. So, hey,
no, uh-uh, not at all. Like, and I said, well, I don't really understand. Maybe you picked up on something that I didn't, but I just didn't see that. But then again, I was trying to listen to him and,
right. Well, I'm
maybe,
always playful, and he
yeah,
texted me and said this is my real number or something, and I was like, who is this? And he said rap, and I was like, oh dang, I was hoping it's Smoky Mountain Mama, and he said that was the reason for the call, I guess, and then he said that you came in the chat and me and Kipper got too excited about it or something. I don't know. But
that's exactly what it was. And I think I was up on y'all's panel or something at one,
With him, yeah.
and
yeah.
he, and I didn't understand what he was trying to say, and I was trying to listen to him, but he
Oh,
did.
it was tonight that you told me you did really work at Hooters before.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was trying to give me an explanation of what it was, what bothered him, but I didn't really fully understand it. He couldn't really, like I said, it could have been a me thing. I don't know, but I just couldn't understand it.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Well, I
Well,
mean, with him being controlling, and I see that, jealous type thing. So, I
that
mean, it
too.
didn't bother me. I mean, as a man, I was like, okay, man, I appreciate that. Appreciate you
Right.
calling me. And
And that's exactly what he said. And that's exactly what he told me. He told me that, he talked to you and everything, and that um you understand. And I was like, well, what does he need to understand? I was like, I don't get this. Like, I'm still trying to wrap this around my own mind here.
Right.
yeah, I
And
don't. Like, he didn't give anything specific about what was said when you were on the channel that night, but he was just, there's some stuff said that when she came on there, and I was like, okay.
He didn't give me anything specific either, but I think it was just in general me not giving him my full on attention.
Mm-hmm.
Something bothered it for sure. And, like I said, I told him, okay, man, I respect that. I did respect it for him to call me. So, but
He's the
the only
same
reason I even
with
brought it up
me.
is because of the controlling thing.
He's done the same thing with me just being on the phone with Mary.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said something about me laughing. I like to lighten the mood a little bit. And when I say something funny, I think it's funny. That's the reason why I laugh. So I'm not laughing at this situation at all.
No, not laughing at all about the situation. It's nothing about it is funny, but also at the same time, you have to, whenever you're looking back at certain situations and like you're seeing it from hindsight, you're like, wow, now this makes sense.
Yeah.
It's kind of, it's going to be a lot, and there's going to be a lot of speculation, a lot of people that agree and disagree.
Yeah.
And it's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
No, but
People are going to say what they're going to say, and they're going to run with whatever they want to run with, and it'll be picked apart. But I mean, you've told what you wanted to say, and what you want to do from here on, and what you expect. And I think that's the point, which you were trying to do, is trying to reach him on a platform that will reach him, and
Oh, for
let
sure.
him know that here's what we're going to do starting now. So, and tell me if I'm reading it wrong, but that's what I think.
Absolutely. But also I had already clearly stated that to him, that I want nothing at all, but it's like he doesn't hear it. After this last event, I can no longer, and like I said, after I've already exhausted every single resource possible for him, with no answers, with them saying that he's, pretty much perfectly fine. I mean, there could be an underlying thing, but that's not on me to diagnose. That is on him to seek his own help. I did what I could. And then after him continually and repetitively reiterating the same thing over and over and over and over and over again with threats, I can't. I just, I can't.
And see something, say something. That is a personal choice that Smoky Mountain Mama will make on her own. Um, it doesn't have to include everybody in here for her to go and press charges or do whatever she wants to do with that situation. It happens a lot. There's another lady here, a mod in fact, that has went through something similar with a different creator, and it's the same thing. You choose if you want to go forward with charges or not. So there's no reason why she should be doubted or blamed for not running and pressing charges. And if she does, that is her decision, um, and honestly, her business from this point. I mean, what is what she has stated here tonight that me and Mary know can you know from where she goes from here with that situation, it's totally up to her. It's not for anyone to tell her that you to go.
Yeah, and in fact, that's the last thing I want for him, because I do have sympathy and empathy. I've already removed him from my home. I don't want to make anything worse on him. I just want to exclude myself from anything. I feel like anything further, it's. I just want him. I just want him to go. Just
she
Donna White
really,
trying to
yeah,
protect herself and her children. She's never come here to be an advocate for anyone else. She's
no.
here to protect herself and her children.
And I just want a clean exit, and that's all I've asked him and begged of him. And so therefore that's why I don't want to make anything worse on him. I just want to make it as easy peasy as possible. Just go wherever he needs to go. I don't even care if it's still here, then just leave me be.
Exactly. Sometimes
Yeah.
people want long court battles or drawn out legal charges, and I mean, he probably wouldn't even show up, honestly. But you know,
Exactly. He wouldn't.
never come here to be an advocate for no one. She's doing what is best for her and her two babies. Point blank.
And that's
I
all
mean, to
I
get
have.
her to this point, like I said, because she's got she's got a big heart. There's nothing she wouldn't do for anybody. So for her to get to this point, to feel, get stern about it, and, keeping her on this path, because she's got a big heart, so right now she's she's achieved a big milestone.
Survivor I am, no disrespect, but if you don't want us making comments, don't do it in public. You have a few advocate survivors on here. I don't think anybody's saying anything about making comments, but they are responding to the comments. If you don't want a response to a comment, don't comment. Same, it works both ways, like if you want her to read your comment and respond, she's going to. Especially if you put something in there, putting doubt on it. She didn't have to do this. She
No.
chose to do it because it was spreading anyway. It was spreading 1,000 different directions.
Yep.
And the
And
facts need to be straightened out immediately.
yeah, with people who don't know. She knows. She was there.
Mm-hmm.
She can at least give you one side of what really happened. Her side.
And he can come up. Like I told you in the back chat, Jimbo, I'm open to anything, even Benny being a but
Yeah. But yeah,
he
I mean,
can come up and defend himself.
But
you only have a short amount of time to get an order of protection due to it's questioning why the order took her so long, and then they won't do one. This has happened here many times.
Exactly, April.
Yeah.
It just unfortunately doesn't end for her today. Being here doesn't end for her. She's still got to keep her head on the swivel, and she's got a lot to sort out in her mind.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: if he
there's
doesn't contact her anymore,
all charges.
then she doesn't need to file an order of protection. So problem solved. If he does contact her again, then that'll be fresh. It won't be no old date. It'll be fresh. So, they don't have to go back and say, well, it's been too long.
Yeah, there is statute of limitations on that, and that's totally her decision to make.
All she has to do is prove that he's bothered.
So
Yeah.
And there is true proof that it happened. Us up here know it, and yeah, he did admit it, and on the phone. So, I mean, not that he's taken a stand-up situation and apologizing for it, but he does know what he did is wrong, and yet he is still trying to use the manipulation of suicide to let her to come back after that. So, I mean,
Beth, did you send that one recording that I sent you?
I did. Yes, I sent it to him right before this live.
The one Jimbo can play it if he wants to. I mean, and of course, if that's okay with my beloved friend.
I don't even know which one you're talking about.
Okay. And before anybody thinks anybody's doing anything deceitful, let me, for the dove, just say this, and Rap knows this. Mary, the dove, does have cancer. She's going through a lot with treatment and doctors, and her phone is automatically set to record because some of the things that come in from her doctor she misses and has to go back later and listen to. So Rap knows every time he talks to the dove that her phone records, and so he knows this. These conversations he's had with her, uh, she has, and so
Nothing to see. Every phone call from to her phone or from her phone is recorded.
He knows that. He knows that.
Everybody.
Yes,
I don't
every
care.
just
I don't
him.
care who you are.
He knows that. He told me earlier that he knew that part,
Yep.
And he said, "Well, this call's probably being recorded." And I said, "No, I'm not recording you." But yeah, he knows that everything he's said to the dove has been recorded because he knows about the phone. You know, like you
100.
said, you all are friends.
and why
Mm-hmm.
it's like that.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
knows why.
Why? It is nothing deceitful. It is just something automatic.
Yeah. But is there another one you want me to play, or that one?
Well, there's the one that was talking about the one that I sent you, Beth. Do you remember?
I have that one. That I sent it to Jimbo. I have not opened the email with the larger stuff yet because I haven't had time. This all came up so fast, and stuff was going around, and people were getting
Yeah,
dragged through the mud. So we had to just go ahead and do this.
right. I'm talking about the
Um,
initial.
my email. I did send
Over it.
a clip of Mary and him talking.
Yeah, the first one is what I was mentioning. That way, if other people wanted to hear it, it would give a good insight to how he is the form of manipulation, I
Yeah,
believe.
big time.
Yeah, I can play it if you all want me to.
If you would like to, Jimbo, I mean I think, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, that people can hear it from his words.
Okay. You put my phone on do not disturb, and hope I don't forget to turn it back off.
Oh,
I've had it off all day, and I was like, "Oh no." Let's see.
Yeah. So I mean, there is no denying what happened.
Yeah.
He knows what he did. He knows, she was done, and if he kept on messing with her, or had to contact her, this is what was going to happen, and it continued. And so here we are on Sunday night, and unfortunately it have to come to this point. It's gotten worse this week. For the weekend, it's gotten unbearable.
The first part of it is Smoky Mountain Mama talking to Beth.
No, I think she's talking to.
Oh, talking to the dove. Yeah, talking
Yeah.
to the dove. Okay.
Yeah, the very first part was her and I talking, and then that's whenever Rap kind of chimes in.
Yeah.
Like, he beeps up.
Yeah.
He left about 15 minutes ago. Yeah. Yeah. And as he was walking out the door, he was asking for a hug, and I looked at him and was like, no. I said, he loves me, and I just looked at him. Like, I didn't give him that look, like, don't stare. Yeah, really.
Oh shit.
I can't
My
get
phone.
but Nicolina's big back.
Huh? My phone went to sleep. When I start over, I was fast forward a little bit.
Oh God, I can't even remember what it was exactly it was. But he alluded to him harming himself. Mm-hmm. And then he said, and I was like, you are not going to fucking do that to me. I was like, you are not. I was like, don't you fucking even start. Mm-hmm. And he goes, oh, you'll see. And he slammed the door as he walked out. Wow. Yeah. That's what it was. He said, are you going to text me while I'm gone? And I said, no. I said, absolutely not. I said, the next time that you need to communicate with me is whenever you need the rest of your belongings. I will be sure to get them delivered to you safely and sound. Nothing will happen to them. It will all be done. Now, I don't know if it's me, but you're not coming here to get them. Right. I said, it will all be delivered to you safe and sound. Every single bit of it, with care. Mm-hmm. And then that's whenever he said something, I cannot remember exactly what he said, but it pissed me off. And it was just, like I said, it was something alluding to him harming himself. And I said, don't you even fucking, or I said, see, that's a fucking issue or something like that. Uh-huh. And then that's where they walked up to her and goes, oh, you'll see. And then I just checked to see, I'm pretty sure he turned off his location services. I'll double check in a second though, because I've refreshed the thing. But yeah, back to him being a fucking brat. Yeah. I'm sorry, I use the F-bomb, I think more. Well, he's kind of, bringing that out, so it's very much understandable. I'm so sorry, I just want to apologize. I've been using that. Hang on my phone. Hold on, let me look.
Yeah, you use the F-bomb.
Is it calling?
Sorry, well, I was pissed.
All right, bye-bye.
Rap just be kidding.
Hello? Hey, baby, how are you? Not good. What's wrong? She made me leave, so.
Oh, shit. Did it again. I'll find it.
I'm sorry.
Here it is.
Hello?
Sorry.
Hey, baby, how are you? Not good. What's wrong? She made me leave, so. At a hotel for a few minutes. You did? Yeah. I'm sorry. It's okay, but thanks for the call right now. I'm sorry, so I won't hear from you anymore. Oh, don't say that. What's gonna happen? Well, we're trying. Thanks for talking to her at the end of the I can take that be there for her, okay? Well, I'll be there for her, and I'm gonna be here for you. Oh, well, I don't have to, but I want to. It's hard. I know what you're going through is hard. I understand that. Well, she does love you. And no, don't say that. Like I said, she wants. Well, I really don't know at this point, but what she needed to see is, you helping yourself, and that every woman wants to see the man of the house. get that time killed, and that's why I have antifreeze and I'm up in this hotel.
Oh, you are not. No. No. You are a bright light, and you will shine.
You made me feel like complete shit.
No.
Yes, you did, Mary. It's okay, Mary. I'm just a fucking dumbass. I'm stupid, and I'm hated people, and I'm manipulative, and I'm just a horrible fucking person.
You're not.
Better not even be here, Mary.
Don't say that.
That's what she told me all those things.
Mm.
She didn't tell me that I was better off not being here, but she told me all those other things tonight, Mary. She was being really fucking mean, Mary.
Well,
I just, once you get the call about me, I just hope that, my wish is that she cremates me, maybe keeps my ashes around her or something, I don't know.
no, don't even talk down that road.
Well, that's the road I'm headed down, Mary. She wouldn't even hug me when I left, like.
No.
I booked the nicest hotel in Knoxville for 4 nights and get the job done. So,
No, you're not.
He said he booked a hotel in Knoxville for 4 nights. That's how long it takes to get the job done. Midnight Baker.
You need time to clear your head. So, it's not going to happen overnight.
I know it's going to take 48 to 72 hours.
He said, I know it's going to take 48 to 72 hours.
Man, I was reading up on it earlier. She asked me what I was reading about. I wasn't going to tell her. But I found my way out, Mary.
I found my way out.
So,
Well, you shouldn't. You know, you have much more of life to live.
it's all taken away from you, Mary.
No, it's not
He said
taken.
it's all taken away
There's
from
one
him.
person, and I know you don't want to hear it, but there's one person that takes life away.
Well, I appreciate you for being here for me the past couple of days.
So I appreciate you being here for me for the last couple of days. It's meant a lot.
I'm always going to be here.
Well,
Well, you are.
no.
Yeah, you will.
I mean, she's not going to talk to me anymore. She said the only time that I can talk to her is when I want to get my stuff. So she'll just be getting a phone call in a few days about my body.
He said she'll be getting a phone call in a few days about my body.
No.
Yeah. I turned my location off so she can't see where I'm at. I'll just have a note written with how to contact her.
Just turn his location off so she can't see where he's at.
Well, you know that that's a very selfish thing to do.
At this point, man, I don't even care.
Sure you
At
do.
this point, I don't
I
even
lost the love
care.
of my life. I lost my family.
Lost the love of my life, lost a family,
Children, Mary.
2 wonderful children.
Going out the selfish ways, the way to go. So fucking be it, but you know what?
What about your son?
He's better off without me anyway. I
He
can't
said
even see him.
he's better off without me because I can't even see him because of his
So
mom.
he's better off without me too. Everybody's better off without me because I just shoot people and I'm manipulative like now.
Everybody's better off without him because he just does people bad, manipulates them.
No.
Anyways, I'm gonna get off here, Mary. I appreciate everything you've done and the just be there for her and help her remember the good times when I'm gone there.
Be there for her and help her remember the good times when I'm gone.
Okay, have a good night. You too, and I'm probably going to call you back later.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's somber. It really is somber to listen to.
It's awful.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine, having feelings for somebody or ever having feelings for somebody, even, and then them, saying that kind of thing. I know it's, like you said, it can be manipulative 100%.
Absolutely. And that's why I was trying to keep an eye on him from a distance, because I knew the more contact I had with him, the worse it would get. And so,
Yeah.
and I needed to hear and see it for myself to be able to emotionally move on, knowing that I've done all that I possibly could, and other people were watching him. He's perfectly fine.
Yeah. But she has someone keeping an eye out like that. But behind the scenes, he is, telling Mary how bad the antifreeze tastes, and he's drinking it and all of this other stuff. But every time it goes out to smoke, so it is a form of manipulation, not just Smokey, but the other people, that has had contact, with them over the weekend. And, it's, in hopes that we will call Smokey and tell her, please take him back. He's going to do this, that, or the other. And that's,
It's definitely manipulation.
Yeah.
And I reached my app limit this weekend whenever I was able to see all of that for myself with proof.
Yeah.
So, so before anybody can say that I'm cold-hearted, I'm not helping somebody with a mental disorder. No, I've done everything.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've been there in the worst possible scenario.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and he knows. And what's kind of stuck out to me though, and I can't remember exactly who it was that gave me this question. They asked me if he would have ever possibly started threatening them if I hadn't already been through it previously through such a traumatic experience, which was a completely different scenario. I just want to tell everybody it has nothing to do with me. I can come out with that story at another time as to why my husband did what he did, but it was completely nothing close to this.
Right.
But oh gosh, I can't even remember. I'm sorry. I get anytime I get reminded, my mind kind of loses track a little bit.
Yeah, you're fine. You don't have to. Don't put yourself through anything miserable unnecessarily. Okay, so like this, in the end, this is just YouTube, and you don't have to say anything you don't feel comfortable saying, or if you start, feeling emotional and you want to stop, just stop. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just I feel like there was somebody that came out, and I can't remember exactly who it was, but they asked me if I had already gone through such a traumatic experience, would he have been threatening this? And no, he never threatened this before. It was only after he met me.
Yep.
So he doesn't have a pattern of that.
No,
he just found the spot that would get to her.
Yep.
Mhm.
The empathy.
I mean,
honestly, I was going to say I could see what kind of person you were dealing with Nicolina and, Mama T and everything. So I knew you had a lot of patience and a lot of love, and you try to give people chances and help them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that's the only thing that I would ever give to anybody.
I mean, it's just that phone call to me was straight manipulation.
It is. It is. And like I said, he's doing it to others, but people that's not don't have communication with Smokey, that this is pulling on them, tugging on them, it's keeping them up, stressing, and it's not fair because nobody has heard until right now what's been happening, why this is being used as a tool to try to get her back, and it's just not fair to her or anybody that is getting these threats that he's going to do this. I mean, you can be worried about your friend all you want, but the point is this is being used as a tool against Smokey to get her to take him back, and
Yeah.
it's wrong on every level.
Yeah, I mean, you can you can talk to Smokey all day about anything and everything, and she's going to talk, but you know she's. I mean, look at her. I mean, she's still in mourning. It's very, very fresh. So, I mean, but let that subject come up, and rightfully so, she breaks down in tears. So he knows her what gets to her, what's going to yank her heart out, and man, it yanks her heart out. You just
On
don't go
purpose.
there with her.
Yeah, on purpose. I mean,
Absolutely.
And you can't love somebody.
so, I mean,
Yeah.
And that's why I say I heard Daniel in the background. But yeah, if he actually loved me, that'd be the one thing that he would want to
Protect you from. Absolutely.
exactly.
Yep,
He
agreed.
would never want me to feel
Exactly. He would
and
never want you to relive that hurt over and over and over.
and and he had this conversation with him when he got out of the hospital the last time for a long time, and even went outside so they were private and he'd be comfortable, and he begged him not to do this type of stuff to not only himself but to put you and those kids through that. I mean, it's
right.
like I said, it's been 2 years for us as well. It's still fresh, and it just, to hear and stuff like this just is mental torture for anyone that's been through it,
For
uh,
sure.
or has lost someone to it. It's, and our son didn't say a thing. We saw him; he was fine. 4 hours later, um, we found him. He didn't do this manipulation and all of this other stuff. We just walked in the bedroom and there he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel for Beth and Smokey. I mean, it hasn't happened to me. I'm, you know, grateful it hasn't, but goodness, to have to discover your loved one, I mean, I just can't even imagine it. And so, you know,
And to have
it just didn't happen to their loved one. They discovered it. So it's the most cruelest thing you can do to somebody is just, go there.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm not going to go down that route. I feel like this has already been a depressing life as it is. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
want,
somber. It's somber for sure.
yeah, I don't want to go down that route of exactly what happened. I can reiterate it at some point of that full story. But like I said, this is completely different.
Maybe
You
we can
don't,
Uh,
have you on panel another time and we'll just have fun.
yeah. Smokey,
but
You don't have to go through that again. And this is just my opinion, but I think rap needs to disappear from YouTube.
I
How are
mean,
you going to stand up and be an advocate or fight anybody with the stuff that he's done himself? That is the most sickening and disgusting behavior from somebody that claims that he loves an individual I've ever heard of.
Yeah, I do agree with that, but I do not think that he should disappear from any. I think that he should be able to be himself, and I want him to find himself, and I want him to be true to himself. He knows he is absolutely fully 110,000% competent. He knows.
yeah,
He knows what's right and he knows what's wrong. And he can do what he needs to do. Well, and I can say that like I said, anytime he went live on his channel, that was whenever times were good. But if times were bad, he'll just disappear and act like woe is me.
Well, in my opinion, that's what he should do. He ought to stay off of a YouTube platform
yeah. I mean, he needs
to
to get his
out
shit
somebody
together,
else and
but
him
you
doing
know,
what he's done.
coming on just to talk about others, no matter how bad everyone over here feels about another person, when you're doing the same exact thing, then what is the point? It's like I just can't even. I mean, if he wants to do comedy or something like that, he's definitely great at. But coming on here and ragging people for not having a job, for uh, um, run down the highway, for treating people like this, that, or the other. I just don't understand. When you're doing it too. And up until this weekend, uh, it just all came to a head and a light. That stuff that I didn't even see or know about until Friday, and it's really just Ugh, and he really does need to get himself together, grow up, stand on his own, and then go, do whatever makes him happy and to make others happy because he does have that ability.
Absolutely. He has, I mean, so much in him. There's so much positivity in him that he can do great things. He just needs to do it. He needs to apply himself. It has to be outside of me because I feel like I was his crutch.
You were his crutch, and you definitely were his wallet. And for those in chat, I know some have said things about, getting him a plane ticket and getting out of here.
I tried.
Smokey's wallet is officially closed.
Yeah, but she
Yes.
did offer for
Yes,
fly
she
him
did.
back out to Kansas with his stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
I
the other,
already did it once and then he flew back just to go to a mental hospital.
yeah,
yeah. No, she's done all she could do, but her wallet is officially closed.
Oh yeah.
She's this
I
weekend. It's closed.
I can't even, and I don't even want to go into the specifics of it all, but just know that it's been a lot and I don't want to do anymore, period. He's had every opportunity laid out in front of him and he's chosen to do the complete opposite.
yeah. And just like with Ernie, and the diehards over there, he will still have some of those, and that's their choice. If they want to, follow along with, what they know now, that's up to them. Just like Ernie still has support, I'm sure if he fired a live up right now, there'd be hundreds in there telling him how much they love him, and but I won't be a part of it. I've canceled. I'm done. This weekend drew a line for me that I can't go back to after knowing what I know now and living through what I've lived through. Um, that I just can't look back anymore. and sweep it under the rug like it didn't happen, because it did happen. And
Yeah,
he
it did.
no sorrow for it whatsoever. That's probably the to make it even worse, to not, apologize or even, acknowledge what he's done is wrong. And I can't with that bullshit. Take
Kaz Fisher asking what has Rap done with his YouTube money.
not a
Not a thing. She has no clue. He has done nothing
he's
as
not
far as
paid,
helping her.
he's not
Bought
paid,
no groceries, paid no bills.
not
Maybe he
bought a
still got it.
car.
Maybe he still got it and can use that as a crutch until he gets on his feet.
Well,
Just
that's what he needs to do.
And that's what I hope he does with it.
I mean, he did go
No,
stay at a fine hotel, right?
well, I paid for the majority of his motels. This last one that he has for the next 4 days, or for 4 days, I don't even know. He paid for it. I
He
refused.
paid for this one.
Hmm. Yeah, and I do have to say he did order groceries. It was a very small amount, and that was the first time ever.
For us, we are physically and mentally drained. This has brought up a lot of stuff from our past that, is still, hurtful. And this whole weekend with this has been mental torture. And I can't imagine, that's what I told Smoky yesterday, or last night before I went into work. I said, look, turn your phone off tomorrow, go spend Easter with the kids, and try to have a good Easter. I know it's going to be hard, but, just try, because mentally you and the kids need it. And, and I mean, it's hard to do. And then, evidently that, it's just done nothing but get worse. And
Well, that's why I'm trying to cut ties now before it gets any further on. Now I know that I've done everything that I could.
yeah,
And anything further on, that's not my problem.
Yeah, she's
It's all right.
raising 2 kids. She doesn't need a third one.
Nope.
especially a 30-year-old one.
Hmm.
Right. And no, and that, and my lovely friend, she knows. She knows.
Behavior from our
She
son, let
knows.
alone somebody that I just know from the internet and talking on the phone.
Oh,
You know, I mean, I absolutely just,
she knows on a personal level the frustrations that I've had, and it's bad. I don't even want to go into detail.
Yeah.
It's bad. He needs major guidance. Either he needs major guidance, or he was portraying it to me like he needs major guidance. I don't know.
but either way, what has been said up here tonight is the truth. And as you can see, the dove has receipts. So anybody who tries to do anything she has said, it's not, it's not gonna work. The
Yeah.
as
Momma M, no, he
know
has
it,
not in the past attempted.
send it to
Yes,
Jim.
sorry, I was answering Momma M. He's not attempted to exit this world in the past.
No, it was only after he met me.
Tian, I agree.
Yeah, I think other than you, he doesn't have any ties in Tennessee, right?
Nothing at all.
Nope.
And that's why I was trying to get him back to what he's familiar with.
Well, I think he'd be better off in a familiar setting with people he knows. Even, I know he knows people. He grew up there.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't know if he grew up there particularly, but he's been there and he lived there. He
Yep.
knows people.
Absolutely.
So I think a familiar setting with people he can interact with off the internet would be good for him, and it would definitely be good for you.
That's what I
Fizz can do
do.
something to help him tomorrow. I mean,
Yeah.
hopefully so, but he just,
I think he needs a stern friend to, and maybe Fizz is that guy. They'll say, "Look here, buddy. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to pack you up, get you to where you need to be, and you're going to move on from here."
But then
And
I don't want him to manipulate that situation either. He does need a firm figure, and it is it can't be me. I'm not. I mean, I'm
no,
strong.
I'm not saying you. I'm talking about Fizz.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Like, I try.
Whoever that person is, I can't see it real well. Is that RIFF or RIF or whatever?
Riff-raff.
Is okay. He says he needs. This is a very personal one, so I'm just gonna get personal. He says he needs the Lord. Amen.
yes. And we have talked to him about that. I know my husband did for at least an hour and a half when he just got out of the hospital, and, told him maybe start going to church, going, something, with the family to start doing something like that. And told him, he'd be surprised at how much that helps couples, families, and everything else. But yeah, and told him to get a job and, maybe, stimulate his mind other than just being hyper focused on what YouTube or Smoky Mountain Mama and leaving him or anything else.
Well, and that's another thing. That's why I was trying to help him. Saying, "Hey, get a job." Not the fact that I need his support. It's just I'm not a blow up doll. I'm not. I'm not a fully thing for him to use.
I'll be right back. Kemper's on panel. Don't you all dare point about
No.
Prissy's asking if she heard it right that you sent him back to Kansas and he came back to Tennessee. Yes, at one point she did.
Yes.
This isn't the most recent time.
No, the first and initial time that this happened, I sent him back to Kansas, and then he purposely, after I canceled his ticket back to Knoxville, he went back through and used my Expedia account to book him another ticket back here just to commit himself and say that he was trying to commit suicide.
And he promised us the last time, all of us on this panel here, that after this last hospital stint that, really did some damage to his body, that he would start making, ways of getting better, whether it was, counseling or medicine or whatever. But, I mean, even after all of that, they have not found him to have either of the illnesses that the first doctor last year diagnosed him with. This
Correct.
pure and simple manipulation, and I mean emotional terror. Honestly,
it is, and the longevity of it is that's mind blowing in its own.
So, can I ask you this?
Yes, sir.
You were talking about, or in that phone call, he was talking about the antifreeze and, how long it takes and all this other stuff. Had he done this kind of thing before with that kind of thing? Like, almost like he knew the answers, knew what would happen, almost like he investigated it to see?
Not that I'm aware of, but I think it was the Friday. I think it was that Friday.
Yes.
This past Friday. Whenever I saw him just staring at his phone, I had asked him what he was looking at because he was just in the woe is me mood.
Yeah.
And I had asked him what he was looking at, and I asked him if I could look at his phone. Well, he quickly deleted everything he was looking at. I was sitting there right next to him and saw it. I couldn't see the clear words. But then he handed me his phone and I went through the history. And it clearly was not what he was looking at. And he was so he was purposely doing that right in front of me.
To make you worry.
Yes.
The reason why I'm asking is because I'm thinking, with the same thing with the antifreeze, it's possible that, he's giving you all of these symptoms of mental illnesses that he's read about and trying to play it off like he's got issues. You get what I mean?
Very possible. I agree. And
Because listening to that phone call tonight, my sister, she had a husband that was a lot like that, except he put his hands on her too.
mm-hmm.
And I've been around this a little bit, and that's exactly what it looks like to me.
And that's what it is.
Yeah. I was just curious.
Yeah. No, he was doing this and he was making it very obvious. He was purposely doing it in front of me.
Got it. So he's basically doing an Ernie Shell.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we even
Doing
said
the
that in
theater.
another phone call.
We sure did. Yep.
Yep. And I honestly hate to say it, but yeah. And I'm not trying to talk bad about him, but I'm just being real. It just is what it is, and people need to know it that way.
So it actually it blew my mind because, like she said, that's what she was doing. She was asking him about his phone history, and then in the call when she and I were talking, she mentioned that happening and that she went to go look at his history, and then she also said that's when she was saying that she was going to look and see about his location. And that's when my phone, when he called in on my line, and I told her, oh, he's calling, let me get the line. And so in my conversation with him, it was just really weird because it was like he addressed everything she and I was talking about. So that's when he was talking about drinking the antifreeze. And then he said that he cleared his phone history. And then he it was what was the last thing I just said he mentioned? Geez, I just lost my train of thought. But yeah,
What you guys were talking about in the phone history.
yeah, and that he cut off his location. So
Which
when I
in itself, me and Smoky and the Dove, the three of us know, and my husband knows. Not sure if Jimbo knows, but him messing with the location on his phone, he knows is another direct manipulation tactic towards Smoky and some past events that so him just messing and playing games with that is a whole nother manipulation attempt in itself.
Yeah, he's doing that on purpose to make her worry.
exactly, because when I called her back, and I said, well, that phone conversation just answered everything that we were discussing and talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did that every time too.
Every time.
Wow. So you made it back, Jimbo.
Yep, I'm here.
But yeah, I mean, that's all I know about as far as any of the details with this live is concerned. I know it's getting late for everybody, and I just want everybody to sit on it, pray for both of them, honestly. I mean, I'm mad, but I at him for what he's done to her, but I'm still going to pray for him because he deserves it. And
And he can't redeem himself. But he needs to put in some damn initiative.
Yeah.
yes,
He needs to
And
take his advice that he gave Mama T.
exactly.
exactly.
Yeah, and Ernie
A
and
lot of people, yeah.
Nick and everyone else that he has centered the lives around. And uh,
Smoky
it's
Mountain
just really
Mama.
opened my eyes.
I'm just gonna say this: stay true to yourself and your children.
She
Oh,
will.
Guard your heart and don't let it be played with.
absolutely. And I appreciate that. And
Well,
no,
Miss Tracy F. Go ahead, guys.
me, there's nobody else.
Yeah, Temper, but she hears that a lot from me.
Yeah, that's what really matters, though. That's the most important thing.
Oh,
Yeah, no, she hears that.
and I want y'all all to know how much I appreciate all of your support, and especially my wonderful the Dove friend and Beth as well. Like y'all have went above and beyond to be there for us and throughout this entire situation. And I do want everybody to still support Rap and still talk to him and give him support. It's just I have to gracefully bow out.
Yeah, me too, Smokey. I can't support um knowing what he's done, and up until Friday night, um and knowing what happened last week, that I just can't be there for his community anymore, as a support system. Knowing what I know now, I'm out. You know what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
know what you're saying, and I just want everybody to form their own opinions. I don't want to sway anybody, but I just want everybody to know what was happening. And I want to get this message clear to him that he cannot contact me at all, period, anymore,
Or the kids.
or my children,
Especially the kids. I'm sorry.
especially
Yeah,
No
that's
part in this. Leave them alone. I mean, that's ridiculous.
that's the main reason I cut off his cell service was because he was texting my children. So that's why I cut off his cell service.
That's why Ernie Shell had a trailer fight.
Yep. Got kicked through a trailer skirt.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll do a lot more than that.
yeah.
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
can't do that. You can't contact children, and you just can't do it.
Nope. Nope.
Me and Smokey have a common interest in target shooting, and we still plan to go up to the mountains. And we trying to do it a few weeks back, and it didn't pan out. We
Yeah.
went, but they wasn't able to make it. So I know Smokey's a hell of a shot.
Is there a
Yes,
range?
ma'am.
Is
We'll
there a
bring it
range
out.
around Gatlinburg anywhere?
I don't know. We go to my dad's property.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a range down there somewhere. When like in August when we all go down there, maybe we can go target shooting one day.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
There's
I'm
all
off.
sorts of ranges around here, and I am down. I'm telling you, I've got a tactical shotgun ready, ready
Yep,
to go, loaded with buckshots. That
There
is,
you go.
yep.
yep. It's
And it's
therapeutic.
been
I mean,
itching to be shot. It hasn't been shot in a while.
Yeah. Well,
So
ladies, I thank you all for being here for sure.
Yes.
Hope we provided a platform for you, and like I said, all of you welcome to come back and have fun one night. We just goof off and whenever you want to.
absolutely,
That's
next
the
time
Yeah.
plan.
a lot more. And thank you for having all of us. And
yes,
these ladies up here, and they are here. I thank y'all so much for all their support.
need to thank
It's
me.
a lot.
Um, I've tried to be here for everyone in the community and stand up for what is right on all sides. And I call stuff how I see it. I may be blunt about things sometimes, but yeah, I mean, Well, regardless of you being off or on YouTube or with, without rap or whatever, no matter what, we've got a lifelong friendship, me and you and the Dove, regardless of what happens after you.
Oh yeah. No, I'm.
Oh, for sure. Oh no, the Dove, she already knows. She's locked in, and
She's
same
not
thing
getting
with
rid of
you.
us so easy.
Same thing.
No.
I'm telling you, I couldn't have. It's just I could have done it on my own, but also it's just made it. It's
We wake up together. We go to. Sounds weird. We go to sleep together, but you know.
That's good. You guys support each other, and that's great.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
it's
support
No.
group, and that's awesome to
it's
have.
amazing.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, these women are phenomenal, and and I really do
I love
think,
you too, Queen.
like, I thank all y'all for everything, including you, Jimbo and Kemper, and everything, and
Yeah.
for
Well,
y'all.
you don't have to thank us. We appreciate it. Um,
And I'm sorry that this is even all happening. That's the last thing I've ever wanted.
We all are, but just you know, like I said at the beginning of it, if this was Ernie or BK, Nick or Mama T or one of them, he would have already went live and told everything, played stuff that we didn't even share tonight.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But there comes a time when he's got to take accountability too, and this is one of those times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I urge everybody, before they go spread rumors,
Yep.
ask one of us. I mean, I promise you,
Ain't
it's
gonna lie.
true.
No, we're not gonna lie.
No.
And I
It's
mean, there's a lot of truth put onto this panel tonight too. So I'm sure this isn't going to be deleted.
Nope.
So people are more than welcome to go and watch it again to hear what she has had to say about it.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in all at once, and
it is.
we was hoping that it didn't have to come to this, but it did have to come to this because rumors, people getting contacted, and stuff like that happening. So unfortunately, this did have to come out this way, and
Yeah.
but
It,
you
If
can ask
you're.
either one of the three of us anything, and we'll be completely honest about it.
Yeah. I was gonna say if it's not coming from here from the stand, this is the only place where the truth is. Anywhere else, you're not getting it.
no. And I mean, if they have any questions about anything, they know. I'm sure they know how to contact us in some form of way.
Nicolene already has, ain't she?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All
She
right.
did.
Might have to change your number just for that.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I already have her blocked from my main number. But she
Oh,
was
she's
texting
Google numbering you.
now. My text now number. She was texting me.
Yeah.
I've done seen several screenshots of the ones that had the most jokes with you two when the split happened. All of a sudden, they're wanting you to get in touch with them. If you see this, say La Slim is one of them. Get in touch with me, and we're here for you. No, you're not. You're here for the
Nope.
content.
They're
Right.
fake.
She burnt the bridge. Nope. There's a lot of bridges that were burned that you can't come back with me.
Yeah.
Night Stalker, to answer your question, um, is Rap okay? Um,
He's
he's fine.
I talked to him right before this live stream.
He's
There
got
you
to
go.
swallow a lot of pride and stuff
Yeah,
and shit that he's done. But yeah,
he's
uh,
fine. He's just acting like he's not, and we know for certain you know, he's heartbroken, but he's fine.
and I'm sure right now after this live, his ego is probably even more hurt because he
yeah.
didn't think I'd actually go through with speaking out.
Oh yeah, I'm sure his ego needs a bandage, but you know what? That's nothing compared to what he's done to you.
Yep,
Exactly.
exactly.
Yes.
In the end, you always got to do what's right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. and I feel like this was what was needed, and this is what is right.
Yeah.
He
Mm.
needs to grow up. He needs to do what he needs to be a man.
Strange clouds and
Yeah,
that,
strange clouds.
but if it is, it's not our fault. You know, we have done everything that we need to do uh to keep that from happening. But he is his own person. He is an adult, and this blame cannot be laid on any of our shoulders.
And that is
It's
exactly
not a,
what the police have told me more than several times.
Yes,
I,
she has had some conversations.
I
yep.
cannot prevent that.
Midnight Baker suggests you go elsewhere for the next several days, and then, if you can, and then get that order. Please be safe.
Oh,
Thank
I've
you,
got
Mama
kids
Davis.
everywhere, and he knows I'm not hesitant on protecting myself.
I just will not have no part in protecting someone that has done what he's done to her this week alone. Forced
No.
the manipulation by using suicide, especially during uh, the anniversary coming up, and
Yep.
just in general using that against her and others that's lost people like that. So I will not sympathize with this type of behavior at all. Period.
Nope.
Y'all
And
can, but I'm not.
No, even if it was my own son, I'd bust his teeth, slap out of his head.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not putting up with
Absolutely.
what has happened to her this week. I mean, she's the only one on this panel or in this community that's had to send her kids to another place to make sure they are safe and don't have to see or hear any of this shit that he's pulled. So you can support that if you want to. Yeah, you can pray for him. I'll pray for him. But as far as supporting him or coddling or kissing his ass, no, that's a hard no for me.
that's what he wants. He wants the support. He wants the people just cradling him to every single need and every single want that he has.
Yeah, I mean he's not
Yeah.
a year old. He doesn't need petted.
No, he needs to wake up and realize what life is like. He's never had to before. He's always
Tough love.
else. He needs to get his shit together.
Yeah, tough
She's
love.
trying. Yeah, she's got, trying to keep a routine for her kids, and with school and coming home, and just having a routine, and all this just invades and just breaks her routine, and it's not good. So
I'm trying to keep my shit together, let alone keep my own kids' mental
yeah,
health
Exactly.
together.
I mean, and
yeah,
that's so
you
you can care about it or support it if you want to. If he fires a live up tomorrow to come on here and say we're all liars and whatever else, that's fine. Let him do it. I don't care, but I won't be over there. Uh,
yeah,
bullshit.
yeah. He can say we're liars, but yeah,
He knows better because
yeah, he knows better.
phone does. I mean,
Oh
He
no,
knows better.
play
we have
that
all the
route if you
proof,
want.
and we don't want to have to post it until we need to.
Yeah, it's been distributed.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's
All
got.
the support for Smokey. I know for a fact she appreciates it. It has been hard, and it's a big community to come out with something like this about, and wasn't sure. I know when I woke up today, I was already seeing people attacking Smokey, and it immediately pissed me off because I knew what was happening this weekend, and I was just like, no, this is not. They're not going to attack her for something she didn't do. So yeah, I can't. I woke up swinging.
I love you, Beth.
I know, I do too,
And she
because
would have.
I honestly didn't catch it. So
I didn't either. I didn't even see
yeah,
it.
I was trying to catch up on sleep for a little while.
I think we both were.
I know. Boy, we were in the
We've been
twilight zone.
24-hour
Mm-hmm.
watch.
Yeah. I mean, and we worked the past few night shifts and have to sleep during the day. And then when I woke up, my phone was blown up. I had the messages, and then I was seeing people. Why would she do this? Why would she say this? What blah blah blah. The other ones was live, running their mouth. Wanting Smokey to get in touch with them, and then just seeing people that is supposed to be supportive of women, that was dogging Smokey out. And yeah, I come out swinging and will continue to.
I appreciate you, Beth. But I mean, if they want to dog me, they can. If they want to leave me, they can. If they don't want to, it doesn't matter. I don't have anything to gain. I'm not trying to do anything either way.
We don't have channels. There is no reason for us. We're not making money on this. We're not trying to gain support.
We're not trying to do anything. We're just trying to prevent.
We asked Jimbo for this platform to do this because of the stuff that we were seeing that was being spread and said, and we asked for this panel tonight to do this.
And anybody that don't know, I can tell you with 100% assurity, Jimbo Collins does not stand behind anybody that pulls the shit that's been pulled.
No.
I don't even know if y'all saw the little video I made before.
I did. I know I did.
We was on the phone. I was on the phone with Smoky, and
yeah, y'all played it.
Did somebody say you did, Jimbo?
I don't think so. I don't know.
It gave me chills.
Yeah, it was
a good video.
Thank you from us for that. We appreciate the support, the love for Smokey here. I mean, she had no other reason to do this except for to defend herself and the innocent people that is being drugged because of this tactic. And that's all it is. It's not a mental health. It is a tactic. Call it like it is.
It is. Yeah. I agree.
And those ones that are worried about you over there from Nicolene and them, those are the same ones who played the videos with your kids in it and made up accounts with your address on it.
Yep,
or
same.
I hope they had your address right. But,
Fluffy, it made me cry too.
These bunch of morons over there, and what they're going to do is just try to tear it apart.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they can do it, but none of them know what the three of us know, and so they can fuck right off with that.
It's like there's so much that you've said and so much that you haven't said.
California expressed that like 100 times already tonight.
Robo Granny, I have to agree with you. She said, keep in mind that this is the same man that was trashed or has trashed others.
Yep.
Out big time for doing a lot less than what he has done. I can't support this behavior.
Me either.
Whatsoever. Just like Seven. Yeah. I mean, me and Jimbo started this channel because of Ernie Shell, and there's so many comparisons in what's been said tonight. Anybody that gets behind that, I'm sorry. I don't understand it.
I have no use for you either. If that's what you choose, then choose it. I don't have to be a part of it.
Because no is no, and you don't fuck with kids. And he crossed both of those lines. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I told Smokey. I said, no is no. Married, dating, it doesn't matter. No is no.
Even if your marriage is great at the time, and you say no, it's a no.
Absolutely.
Period.
Yep, because I've been in those shoes under. You're right. Both circumstances in a decent marriage and a good marriage and a bad marriage.
It is a horrible, court case to drag your personal business that a couple shares and then something like that happens. And, so if she doesn't press charges, I wouldn't blame her because, like I said, she's not here to be an advocate or anything else. She is here to be an advocate for her and her kids. Uh, and that's that. What anybody else chooses to do with him in the future is up to them. They know what's going on. And, so, you can defend it, uphold it, roll it up in a ball and stick it up your ass. I don't care. But it's I'm out of it.
Yeah. And I really press charges. I don't want to take it that far. I want, as long as he's just gone. That's all I ask.
Yeah,
Just your peace. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't blame you. That's a lot of manipulation to deal with.
yeah, and
People want to see that video. Y'all mind if I play it?
Oh, go ahead, man.
Let me pull it up here. Let me start by saying Happy Easter. I hope you and your children and grandchildren had a great day. Our community, unfortunately, has not had such a great day. Um, there is a storm headed through here, and hopefully, the community stays strong together throughout the storm. There's going to be things said, things proven, and I suspect it might get ugly. Hopefully, it doesn't. Hopefully, it doesn't get ugly at all. You know how these YouTube streets work. I've seen it for a little over a year now. So here's what I'm going to leave you with. The stand will either go live this evening or tomorrow. And we're going to discuss some things that might be hard to hear. Happy Easter. God bless. And the stand stands with Smoky Mountain Mama.
Yeah.
That's awesome, Jimbo.
yeah,
I didn't even get to see that.
Yeah, that's cool. And I appreciate that.
yeah, that speaks volumes.
I just, I know there's going to be a hard time within this community because of it. It's not your fault. People trust, and trust gets broken, and that's where it comes from.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about. I know your trust was broken, but I'm talking about thousands of people.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's why I made the post that I did on his page earlier this evening.
Yeah.
Because I felt like everybody deserved an explanation. And then that's especially why I came on your panel this evening as well, because everybody deserves it.
And people were being given wrong information by others that didn't have a clue what was going on.
That's right. Some of the stuff that came back to me was like, well, no, I haven't heard that, and that's not the version I heard. So,
For the record, Smokey's not pregnant.
No.
I'm saying that everywhere.
I am nowhere near pregnant. In fact, I'm allergic.
Allergic to being pregnant.
I've have hundreds of messages today just for that question alone, and no.
I'm nowhere near pregnant. It's not even possible. I have an IUD. I know people are going to say, oh, well, it's still possible to be pregnant. But no. Rap and I alluded to it just to see how Nick and everybody would take it.
Oh, they took it.
Oh, yeah.
They always do.
But no, there's no possible way. I am not even close to being anywhere near pregnant.
So people can stop worrying about that.
Yeah.
Close.
So anyway, with that, I think I'm out of here. And I love you ladies. And Jimbo and Kemper, thank you for the platform for this. It had to be done. And
Yes, it did need to be done. And thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank
Love
you.
you, Beth.
love you too,
Well,
hon.
thank you, ladies, for coming up.
I'll
Yes,
talk
thank
to
you.
y'all on the phone.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you here soon.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you all, and y'all have a great night.
Beth is so wonderful.
Yes, she is.
And Mary, so are you. Goodness gracious. I don't know what I could. Oh my gosh. I swear I'd end up in the loony bin if it weren't for you.
No, I'm just here.
You say that every time.
I'm just here. You know, I just pick up my phone when it rings,
Oh,
or it dings.
oh my gosh. Y'all, it's been a roller coaster.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah,
I know
it
it's not
has.
been easy. I know it hasn't. And I'm sorry that you've had to go through that. I've seen a lot of people go through that kind of thing, and it's not a good thing to have to deal with, you know. And I do want to apologize for Benny's actions earlier too. Sorry that happened on our panel.
Yeah.
It wasn't surprising.
No,
I thought he
but
was
you
going
would
to say
think.
something stupid, but not. I didn't think he would be disrespectful to you. And
Nah, it is what it is. That's why I told you I was open for whatever.
yeah.
I still wanted to apologize.
No, it's okay. I mean, it just is what it is. It's
It's
just
Kemper's fault.
Always.
no, it's fine. It's like I said, it's nothing that was surprising.
But yeah, it's good to see that you got a support group that you do, because I know at least one of the two that were on panel up here with us, and I know she's good people. So
Oh my gosh, both of them are phenomenal. They are the most genuine women. I think that
Beth is passionate. She really is reminds me of Beth Button.
I mean, I'm just saying they're the most genuine women that you could ever come across. And you know, initially, whenever Rap and I first started having our issues, I was talking to my mom a lot, and my mom initially was the one that was saying, "Get the hell out of there." My mom, I mean, she was saying, "There's so many flags here. Do not even entertain this situation." And so what I did is I chose to reach out to others that I knew really cared for us, both him and I,
right.
that were unbiased, and the Dove and I became very, very, very close. And she's seen and heard both sides for quite a while, but that's why I wanted to speak very personally to her, because I wanted an unbiased opinion.
Right. And that makes sense, especially when you're in a situation like that.
Mm-hmm.
It is nice to have those.
Absolutely, because my mom was like, "Oh hell yeah, fuck yeah, let's go and throw his shit out right now."
Right.
Oh, yeah, right. She's like,
Oh,
yeah, told
she
you.
packed his stuff up once before. Like, she packed everything up once before. She was like, "Let's get him gone."
Oh,
And
what did she think when he came back?
Oh, she was pretty not.
She wasn't
But
happy.
then
Huh.
again, I'm an adult. You know, it's my decision no matter what, and I made that very clear. But my mother is very headstrong. Um,
Well, I grounded
Uh-huh.
an 18-year-old today for her mouth.
You did?
I damn sure did.
What'd she do?
She told Molly to get the F out of her car.
What? Yep, that'll get it. That will get it.
Mm-hmm.
oh my goodness.
You gotta love the sibling rivalries, man. It's
Yep.
good stuff.
And then after that, of course, Molly's like, well, I was being mean. Well, that ain't what you said.
Oh, buddy. Well, I mean, it's just sibling love.
Yeah. They share a room and everything. Like they got the biggest room in the house, so they can't, they share the room, and so they're really close anyway. So them speaking to each other that way, of course, I don't want her using the F word ever. And that was more of what it was about. But and Sarah had a friend with her, so she was showing her, big sister dominance, I guess.
Yeah.
But then I had to show daddy dominance. So you're grounded.
I mean, it's one of those things you can't really prevent either. You know, it just is what it is, and you have to tell them if it's wrong, it's wrong.
Yeah, grounding her is not that big a deal. Like she goes to school at, she leaves here at 6:30, and after school she goes to work, so she's not home until about 11. So what am I grounding her from anyway?
Right. No more
Just-
sleep for you, young lady.
Right. Just it's just a point being made. Oh,
Right.
thank you, Beth.
That.
Beth Dutton, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Thank you for having us tonight, and Moz for keeping it respectful. Love you all. Thank you, Beth. We love you.
Yes. And I was gonna say this. I do know, I was reading chat when you were talking earlier, and there are a lot of people that were in this chat that's in your area that if you ever need anything, I'm sure they'd be willing to help. And I've seen them telling you
There's
that.
a bunch. You can go back and watch. I'm not going to take it down. So there's a bunch of people offering you their help. So
even if you just needed to talk.
Yep.
So that's what this community is about. That's why I love it so much.
The dove was like, nobody needs to talk to her. They ain't cutting in on my time.
So she knows. I've told her before I was going to fly my butt out to her house.
Yeah, she did. She offered that, and I was like, honey, no, you can't do that.
Right.
Well, sure she can.
Mm-hmm.
Egypt flies to your town really cheap.
Well, at the same time, no, she's got a lot of health issues, and I even hate putting all this on her as it is.
You wouldn't want to put her through that. I understand.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter. She knows it doesn't matter. It's just another day for me, and I'm just being there for her is it's very important. It's very important.
I'm telling, she has been with me and Rap. I'm telling you, like over the phone, 24/7, for the past 7 days, probably.
That's a real friend.
Absolutely. But I mean, I'm telling you, but any other time as well for months prior. But I'm saying, especially 24/7, the past 7 days at least.
That's a good friend to have. I know that it's been like that with me and Jimbo since we met, pretty much. Like, it don't matter if he's going through something, I'm going through something. It's good to have that kind of support there. The friends that don't care if you message at 3 a.m. Those kind. Those are the ones, and the ones that'll tell you what they honestly think. Those are the ones you really got to listen to.
Absolutely. And then I purposely left out certain details talking to her Just so that she could form her own opinion. That way she could talk to him as well and
Right.
make
Oh,
an observation.
Yeah.
well, when you're looking for someone to be objective, you don't want to sway them. You want to just put it out there, let them see it for what it is, without the icing and all that. Just show them the cake.
Yep.
You don't have to purdy it up. If they
Yep.
got eyes, they'll see it.
Yep. And then once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Exactly.
no, you just can't.
Right.
And like I said, this weekend, it just grew from, just being patient and,
Loaded. It
yeah,
didn't.
it did. And hey, I'm Italian, and so I normally stay hot headed, but it blew up this weekend.
Yeah, it went from one extreme to the other, and then once you have clear evidence of somebody physically lying and manipulating, then that's whenever you just can't.
Well, hopefully that'll turn off some of those heartstrings of yours.
Oh,
You know.
it did fully, but I mean, also at the same time, I do care about him, and I want only the best for him. To go.
Well, that's very, very understandable.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anybody wants anything bad for him.
No.
But it sounds like he's got some soul searching to do.
Mm-hmm.
Get in touch with himself and be real with himself.
And he can figure it out. He just needs to do it.
I mean, there was a point in my life I had to grow up and do that myself.
Were you 30?
Yeah, I was actually almost 40.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
Kimber's an old fella.
I'm a late bloomer.
Well, I'm in there too. I just turned 34.
Yep.
Me too. I just turned 34.
Yeah.
Liar.
I got all y'all beat.
Look how black my beard is.
I've got all y'all beat.
You just darkened it up, didn't you there, boss?
Yeah, I did. I got like 10 boxes just for men in there.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah. Is that what? Oh, wait. I don't want to mention other people. Never mind. Sorry about that.
What are you talking about?
A certain person that had a certain root line.
Certain what?
I know.
I'm being respectful, y'all. Come on.
I love hearing that. Y'all.
Y'all.
Who the hell's he talking about, Gilbert?
Lately I've been telling. That just reminded me of what I've been saying to you so much lately. How we do things in the South.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
I still ain't figured it out.
I hadn't either.
Kemper, text him.
My Insane World of Beauty Tara, 1999 Super Chat. Thank you very much. I want to thank you guys for helping supporting our community. Stormy, if you need anything, please feel free to get my number from Jimbo. Loving all you guys. God bless you all. Sadly, he doesn't believe in the love of Jesus. I do. Who you talking about?
I think he's talking about rap.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, they're talking about rap. But yeah, I mean, and that's the main reason for all of this. That way, the people in the community, just to answer questions. And if they have even more, then we can handle them if need be at a later point, or personally. And my email, by the way, is I know Rap's email is I'm Dr. Walsh at gmail.com. Mine is I'm Mrs. Dr. Walsh at gmail. All over.
No punctuation, just I am.
Yep. Just I am
MRS.
MRS DR smokey.walsh@gmail.com. That's it. And I can help with any questions.
There you go. I'm
Just
Mrs. Dr. Walsh. I got it on the screen there. I am MRS Dr. Walsh at gmail.com. Smoky
yeah,
Mountain's email.
that's it. Yep. If anybody has any questions or concerns or anything, or or especially if he's contacting anybody
Yeah.
and they have
Be
questions.
positive. Hope you come back and hang out with us.
I will always, I promise. And that was one of the main purposes of me posting on his community page earlier. I wanted to state what was going on and let everybody know that I'm not going anywhere.
That's good.
I'm here
Because you're a part of this community just like everybody else.
Yeah, I think a lot of people really, love you just like they love Miss Thelma, and um, couples on the streets of YouTube. I think even when they're not couples anymore, people still going to have love for both of them.
Yeah.
And I don't expect everybody to run away from rap. I told him that on the phone. He's like, I might as well just shut my channel down because everybody's going to just leave me anyway. I'm like, I don't think so, dude.
No,
Um,
that's what he has said for a long time. Don't even play into it.
yeah.
Yeah, he said that.
More than
And, I mean, when these people, when they started that 12 is 12 stuff, I mean, people left and some people stayed. And now we have far more than we had even before that. So,
he come back from it,
yeah. And
but he
just
needs.
got to be truthful with people always. And, hey, man, instead of combat with Smoky Mountain Mama, accept responsibility for what your part and say, look, I'm going to do better. You all help me. I guarantee you'll have a bunch of support.
Oh, he will have a ton of support if he actually shows initiative into bettering himself.
He's just got to be real with himself and be real with everybody.
Yep. Exactly.
Yep.
And he has a big opportunity right here to completely start over. And I hope he is listening.
Yeah, I don't know if he probably is listening, but if he's not, then he will hear it because it's going to stay up, and I'm sure it's going to be replayed by every friggin' creator from A to Z. But that's what we get. Speed it up so I don't strike you, and have fun with it. You're not going to stop the truth from being the truth, and you're not going to scare anybody away.
I want him to start over, and I mean, it'll probably take some time. So if he does disappear for a little bit, nobody worry. I'm sure he'll be fine. I will not personally have any contact with him, but I'm sure other people will. And
Mr. Beth Dutton said, ask Smoky Mountain Mama if I can get a refund on them damn marshmallow shirts.
you gotta ask him about that. I didn't even have any part in that.
Yeah.
You have to ask him.
The real Gypsy Soul is rap leaving YouTube now. He says he is.
Oh, he claims that every other Monday though.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I cannot say one way or the other, and I hope he does not, because like I said, he has a lot going for him if he puts his focus where he needs to put it.
Yeah, he needs to worry less about if you love him, which has been the raging, burning question all weekend.
Right.
No, he needs to figure himself out.
Well, and like I told him, and every couple situation, when they break up, somebody ends up hurt. That's just a given. Somebody ends up hurt. So he just, he's the hurt one, and, he's just got to, find a way to deal with it.
You're right. It's very rare that two people just get up one day and say, "Hey, let's break up and
Uh-huh.
move right on."
Right.
It's
And
rare.
exactly.
But what he doesn't realize is that I could very easily be the hurt one, and I could take it very far.
Very true.
I could play the hurt one, but in fact, he's reversing it and he's playing to be the hurt one.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm choosing to be the mature one, and I just want to remove myself completely away.
Yeah. Giggling bird, you're probably correct about that.
Yes, absolutely.
So he needs to just go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just no more for me. But I do believe that he can redeem himself if he were to do it in a very graceful way. But not with me in the picture, period.
Stand that ground, girl. Stand that ground.
Yeah.
Oh, always.
And two, and just, I don't want to keep treading on that issue, but giggling bird, um, it's much, much, much more descriptive than the way, how Smoky, she just touched a base on it, but it's much, much, much more descriptive, um, the way it unfolded.
Oh, and
So
I think it was Tracy F. I think I'm sorry, I'm starting to watch chat. Tracy F. Nothing causes his episodes. It's absolutely nothing. It's his own feelings getting hurt about literally nothing. I hope that answered that question. Ooh, Queen Ashley. Momma, she does probably need to be contacted.
Beth has her email.
Yeah, we talked about that the other night, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If anybody knows how to get a hold of Momma, I do not personally have her number. I don't know, other than her email, how to contact her. Jimbo, do y'all know?
Mama She?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Okay. I didn't know.
Just sitting here reading chat.
Yeah, me too.
Is that Miss Thelma in the chat?
I was going to say hello to Miss Thelma.
Yeah.
Is that Thelma?
Mm-hmm.
Like the real Thelma?
The real Thelma. Wrench and all.
Hi, Thelma. How are you doing? Thank you, Mamita. Sorry, I'm still trying to do this whole live thing while looking at the chat?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard. It's what
It's
I'm restricted to
difficult
a
to get
lot.
to.
Yeah.
I don't know how y'all do it.
I have no clue
Well,
how they.
Jimbo's got a lot better or bigger screen because he's in StreamYard and studio and everything. But when my internet goes out, I'm left with just the link that I'm on the phone with. So,
Well, I'm talking from the phone and watching um, the chat from my TV.
oh, that must be nice. A lot easier.
Yeah, it helps. It's a little bit better for us blind people.
Yeah, I'm getting there. The eyes start going downhill after 50, I guess.
Yeah, they sure do.
Oh, man.
Well, I'm like I said, I'm 34, and after all this mess, after everything, good grief, I feel like I'm in my 50s.
It just this weekend just aged her about 10 years.
I'm telling you, it does that. This stress. Oh goodness. Well, I do appreciate y'all having us up. I don't want to continue to take up y'all's live.
No, you didn't take up a live. We
Well,
weren't. We didn't have one planned.
that's what I'm saying.
This is just for you. We're normally off on Sunday, except
Well,
for the last 3 Sundays.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But anything to help out anyone in this community, we're down with that.
well,
You know.
I appreciate that more than y'all even know. It's kind of an embarrassing situation as well.
Yeah, I could see how that would be embarrassing, but at the same time, carry your weight. You know what I mean? Like, from what I understand, you weren't manipulating or doing anything of that sort. I don't know. I wasn't there. It could happen, but um, carry what you did, and you know what that is.
Yeah.
Don't carry his actions. That's on him and for him to carry. You know, we've all got our own burdens, and don't carry more than what's yours.
Yeah. I mean, if there's ever a time, now is the time for him to just grow up.
Yeah.
Well, I did ask him in one of our phone calls to. I was just, at, at one of my peaks, and I was kind of escalated with my voice, and I just told him to give me just one thing. Just tell me one thing. But I was kind of screaming. Just tell me one thing that she has done. Just, just give it to me. One thing that she's done that has caused you um, to be this way, to do these things. Just give me one thing. And he said, "Well, she hasn't. It's all it is. It's all me." He said I am jealous. I do manipulate. So I was thinking to myself, well, there you have it. He couldn't give me one thing.
And that's why I encourage, like, if he has any kind of uh, feelings otherwise, then he needs to come up and say it.
Yeah.
And I'll drop. Of course, I'm about to drop down anyway. Very late. Got to tend to my little first thing in the morning. But no, once I drop down, like, he can come up and defend himself. He has every opportunity. He's been given every opportunity everywhere on every single level. And this is just another chance for him. And y'all can even call him. I can give you the latest number that he called me from that he recently created. I mean, if he needs to defend himself, let him do it. But I promise y'all, I have not deceived anybody about anything. I would never and will never.
I'm sorry, I just don't see you coming to YouTube to do that.
No. No.
And I honestly could see it as being a last resort. Like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, he's not getting it. Maybe this will make him get it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can see that. Anybody that wants to say otherwise, they're going to be lying through their teeth, because I only know you from what I've seen on YouTube. I've never talked to you off a panel,
Absolutely
never
not.
emailed, nothing.
Nothing.
And just from my observations, that's what I see from you. You're not that type of
I
person.
have no reason to say anything.
Well, I mean, hell, you had Nicolina coming at you hard and heavy, and you were still being nice as hell to her. So I know if you can be that poised in that situation, that you don't have that in you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, and I never will. And it's just same thing with rap. Like if him and I had a disagreement, same thing. He can come at me with anything. I will never dish out anything that isn't the truth.
Yeah, sometimes people just have a hard time with the truth,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately.
Well, I'm just too tired and too done with the entire situation to to even try to exaggerate the truth.
Right. It's already a mess as it is. Make it more of a mess, put more spin on it. Yeah, I
Exactly.
just don't see it.
Yeah. But he does need help and he does need support of some form. I don't know what it is, but it's nothing that I can give him because apparently it's something that I myself fuel in him. He becomes a bigger baby if I'm in the picture. So I have to remove myself completely. And if anybody else wants to help him and talk to him, please do.
Yeah.
But don't do it financially.
No,
Do it
no,
emotionally, give your time talking to him, but do not fund him in any way.
no. And, the manipulation is real, you know.
Well, he does need support, but he needs real support. He
Mm-hmm.
needs people being real with him,
Mm-hmm.
not just being his buddy, not just telling him what he wants to hear.
Not just sending him a $20 cash app and saying, hell yeah, buddy, that's awesome.
Right.
Like,
That's going to keep him stuck in this rut.
yep. He needs help. If my dad or my brother were to know about any of this,
Bad news bears, huh?
oh my gosh.
And she wasn't joking when she was talking about her mother.
Oh no, I'm telling you, my mom, she's a pit bull. She's a miniature pit bull. She's smaller than I am. And she sensed it from the start.
Most moms do.
Yeah, I've
Mm-hmm.
had the pleasure of talking to her mom.
Oh, she's a wonderful little lady.
She is wonderful.
But nope. She saw it from the start.
I know our parents, we think we've outgrown our parents, but a lot of times our parents are right on center.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
They are.
I mean, I hate to say that about mine, but they have been so accurate most of my life that I actually started listening to a lot of what they say to me, because I found a lot of value in it, and there's a lot less pain involved when I did.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep. It's pretty funny, but yeah, if my dad and brother knew or even if my mom knew all the details, I really pray and hope that they are not listening to this and that they have not listened to this because it would not be good.
Yeah. Well, they're being protective of you.
And they've been extremely protective. And I've kind of been like, hey, let me try to help him. And they were like, no, this is not the time for that. They saw exactly.
Tara, you need to call 911.
What?
Tara, my insane world of beauty, Tara. Someone in her backyard by the pool house. You need to call 911 right now.
What's going on here?
She's got someone in her backyard.
Yeah,
at 2:30 in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah, call them right now.
What in the world? Do you have actual? Do you have her phone number, Jimbo?
I do.
Can you call her personally?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, call her personally.
It's Coco. Hi, Coco.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, that's odd at 2:30 in the morning having somebody in your backyard.
Yeah. But also don't put that in a chat. Like, just instantly react and call the cops, and obviously be on full guard. Hey, Coco.
Coco in the house. Riff Raff, yeah, they have been. Her family's been trying to save her from going through what she's going through. You know, they were trying to give her that advice. That's true.
Oh yeah, they've told me. And it just got to the point though, and I hate to say this, but he was also distancing me from my family, because he was always kind of looking over my shoulder, looking who I was talking to, including my family.
Well, honestly, and I'm just speaking what my honest opinion is, when someone knows that they don't measure up, they're going to do that. It don't
Police
matter.
are there. Someone's in her garage. The police are there.
Okay, good.
Somebody's in her garage.
Yep.
But the police are there, yeah.
Holy shit. Golly, I hope she's okay. At least the police are there.
That's a quick response.
That was a very quick response.
Mm-hmm.
I have already called them.
Yeah, but most of the time when somebody's looking over, seeing who you're talking to, it don't matter if it's your family, your friends, whoever, if they don't measure up, they're going to keep doing that. They're going to wonder, what is she saying? Is she saying something about me? You know, have this in their head the whole time.
Yeah, and what was so funny though was he was telling the Dove one night, didn't he mention that I was looking at his phone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I've never in my life looked at his phone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. And I would never.
Yeah, it's
Then he's
people like that usually, what they're guilty of doing, they blame other people.
yeah. Yeah, and he was telling her one night, thinking that, of course, that wouldn't be reiterated back to me. Yeah, he was telling her that I was sitting there reading all of his messages and this and that, and I've never.
He, looking back, it's just all definitely some kind of insecurity.
Oh, for sure.
Or a guilty conscience or something.
Mm-hmm. Definitely guilty.
Well, like I said, a lot of times it's just you're worried about what might be being said about you because you know that you aren't where you should be. So you're going to have that natural worry.
Yeah, narcissistic and isolation.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he definitely isolated me. I know that 110% for sure. Um, but it just, like I said, it is what it is. I hope somebody can talk to him and somebody can help him with whatever he needs.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Outside of financial means, because I do believe that he has the ability to get him to wherever he needs to go.
Some noise.
That may be me. Sorry, I can mute.
Tiana, that's a good place to have your Glock, honey. That's a good place. Yep. Susie Q, yeah, I would agree. He's insecure. Like I said, he doesn't measure up. Or at least that's the way he sees it. And that's why he's got that issue going on.
Okay, sorry, I muted while I was going on, while I was moving around. Was that what this was?
Oh, you're good. I was just like, what is that? I was thinking I was doing something.
Oh no, sorry, I was moving around.
The perpetrator always blames the victim. Yep. For sure.
Hang on, I'm looking at chat now.
That's good she did that, Rip.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, I wish the best for Mama Team. That's all I can say. And Rap and Tracy F has that ability. Like I'm telling you, I see two sides of him. Like I said, if everything was going well and he would do a live, it's like he would snap out of one perception. And like whenever he goes live, he really, like, his personality comes out. And it's amazing. And I hope he keeps doing that. But that's not how he is in real life. He is amazing live. And I really do hope that he continues to do so, because whenever I first came across him, I was in a very vulnerable state. And that's whenever I first ever heard the YouTube live situation where people would go live on YouTube. Never once even seen that before.
No, guys, I'm not eating. I promise. I'm surprised you haven't heard my stomach growling yet. I can promise it's not me.
Get a snack, Kemper.
Everybody's like, let me guess, Kemper's eating. Like, nope, not yet. I usually eat after the live stream or before.
Oh my gosh. So you're up in, I mean, I don't want to say your location, but you're up north, correct?
I am in Michigan. I'm in right outside of Lansing, Michigan. I don't care what people know about me, because anyway.
Point. So have you ever heard of Pals?
Heard of what?
A restaurant called Pals.
I used to go to one in Rogersville all the time.
Oh my,
Valve is the best.
it is phenomenal.
Always give me one of them little chili buns. I love
It
them. And the
knocks
hamburgers are
your
good too.
off. I'm
And
just
the
saying.
fries. Everything. Crust ice. It's all good.
All of it is just
Yep.
the down to the tea, the
The
sweet
seasoned
tea.
fries.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. And then if
They're
you
like soft potato sticks with seasoning on them, which are really good in my opinion.
you need breakfast and then get the cheddar rounds whole like smokes.
I think Jimbo told me about them cheddar rounds before. I got to check that out.
Uh,
Unfortunately, up here we don't have a lot of the Hardee's, Sonics, Pals, that kind of stuff.
oh no, Pals is like a different genre.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's a lot like well, it's in that same lines with what you call it, rallies, but not so much in burgers.
holy moly. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, whatever they do, it's something that Jesus couldn't even recreate. I don't think
Right.
it is something phenomenal. And every time I'm in that location, I make sure to get like 12 of everything. That way I can just store it.
Right. I hear you. Eat until your eyes fall out. I got it.
Oh my God. Or their peachy tea is, oh my goodness. I don't know what they do, but they infuse it with something ungodly.
Yeah. Like I said, I've had Pals a few times. We used to, well, same place that we used to pick up recycling for you or your family. We would go to Rogersville on the same day, and that's where we would have our lunch.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know about the Rogersville locations, but I do know about the Morristown locations. And I think the last time I had one, I think it was in Jefferson City because I drove close enough to where I could get some.
Right.
Because
Oh, I hear you on that. I do.
they don't have one in Knoxville. I'm like, what in the hell?
Well, I mean, honestly, being from Newport, I was so used to not having those restaurants. We had to drive to Morristown and Rogersville and all that to get them. So,
Yeah, y'all don't have nothing out there.
yeah, we were podunk.
Yeah.
Big time. Is Tara okay, Jimbo?
On the phone with her now.
Okay, cool.
Good grief.
Yeah,
Rounds.
I like my Southern chains. I miss them. I really do. Especially some Bojangles or some Hardee's breakfast. Yeah.
Oh, Hardee's breakfast, that Frisco melt. Don't started.
It is good stuff. Just the biscuits and gravy is good stuff. It's hard to find a good place up here in Michigan to get some B's and G's. It really is.
It's some good stuff.
Oh, it is. Man, I mean, that was one of my favorite things, period, was biscuits and gravy. Didn't matter what time of day, what was going on. You got some biscuits and gravy? I'll take some.
So what led you up to Michigan?
Well, my dad was a preacher in Newport, and when he retired from preaching, he started working for Dark Container, which makes like, all the styrofoam cups and lids and that kind of stuff. Which he was a computer programmer, and Mom and Dad would not do something without all three of us kids moving with them. And this was back in '98. So like my brother was just out of high school. My sister, she just gotten divorced. Me, I was doing my thing. And we all decided to come up here so Mom and Dad could do something good for themselves and try to retire. So that's why we showed up here.
No, I understand that. I mean, that's just kind of how it is, especially back in, I mean, your job is where you have to go to, especially, for your parents.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And like I told my brother and sister, they didn't want to move, and I was all about it. And I told them, guys, we're of age. We can always move back if we want to.
Yeah.
And I was the only person that ever moved back. everybody up here got family and all that, and I'm just like, all right, cool. I'm going back to Newport, y'all.
Oh gosh. But yeah, there's really not a lot there.
No, but it's home. You know, I
Yeah.
didn't really spend too much time in town anyway. I was always in the mountains, so.
Oh, I hear you. I mean, and that's where it's at. That's the most beautiful place to be.
Lene, you guys don't have biscuits and gravy there? Oh man. And I
Oh,
know you're a 6 hour time difference, so you're overseas or something, but yeah. Biscuits and gravy is good stuff. And Leslie's in the cabinets. Get it, Leslie? Hell yeah. It is about that time of night where everybody starts getting the munchies.
I know, right? It's either you get the munchies or you got to go to bed. One way.
Yep. We'll say almost every single live stream, we start talking about food at some point. That's
Yeah,
the way it is.
but that's how it goes. But the food is where it's at.
Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness. So everything's going good with Tara?
I'm guessing so.
I'm still on the phone with her. Hang on, guys.
Okay. Yeah, guys, let's remember TN, please, because she does have her surgery this morning.
Oh my goodness. And what surgery is she having?
I think it's a brain surgery.
Holy.
I think I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly.
The Dove, are you here?
I'm
Still?
here.
We ain't talked you to sleep yet, have we?
No, I'm reading the chat.
Oh no, she's used to being talked to sleep.
Hey, at least you guys haven't fallen asleep on a live stream yet.
Might as well have.
I was gonna say that was rock bottom for me. I was I was over it once it happened.
It's happened. Let's just say that she's been the best support system.
The first time. I did, like I said, I was asleep for the first time Friday night. I was talking to Rap. I was so embarrassed. Because she knows that I can only sleep on my right side.
Yeah.
And so I was on my right side and I facing my TV and I thought I was fine. And we had been talking and talking and talking and like going into days and into days and into days. And I was on my right side and my phone was on my ear. And next thing I know, I wake up and I was real still and I was kind of reaching out in front of me going, wait a minute, where's my phone? Where's my phone? And I was looking around and feeling around in front of me and it's like, where the hell is my phone? And I don't know why, but I wasn't like moving too much. I was like real stiff and reaching out and I'm going, wait, last time I remember I was talking to Rap. Where's my phone? And then I just like blurted out laughing, just like hysterically. And then I put my left hand on my left ear. And I was like, there's my phone. So it was just like balanced on my head. It was like, oh my God. But I had, I was like, oh my God, I hope I didn't fall asleep on him. And then he called me later and he's like, I think you fell asleep on me. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe so.
Bless her heart. I'm telling you, she's been. And I mean, I can't tell you, I can't even begin to express it. And you are definitely digging in something there, Kimber. Are you digging in like it sounds like a beef jerky bag?
It's not me. I'm not even moving.
It might be me just moving.
Oh,
I
oh,
was gonna say it
I'm
sounds like
shifting.
somebody's got plastic on their couches or something.
I'm shifting my head, so it's me moving around now.
Oh, okay.
like Kimber may have been digging in like I mean, I know my sounds. It sounded like a
If I
beef.
was digging a chip bag, it'd have been some salt and vinegars.
Oh God, pass those around.
I love them things.
Me too.
Oh Lord, let me get my Febreze ready.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh, there it is. TN says she has stage 4 breast cancer going on 4 years. Spot was found on her brain for the second time. It's called radiosurgery.
Oh my gosh.
My goodness.
And we'll be praying for you. That's for sure.
Definitely.
Holy smokes. I can't even. Oh my gosh.
I was going to say, I know my brother's been dealing with colon cancer for the past 2 years. So
Wow.
it's not a journey I would ever want to deal with. But anybody that's had to deal with it, there's some strong people. Stronger than I've ever been.
Absolutely.
I can say that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's just hope for the best. That's all we can do.
Yeah, that's true. Lene, Southern food is the best food. I promise you.
Yeah, sure is. It's good on your hips and on your waist and around your stomach and
Or sort of like Frank the Tank said, it tastes so good once it hits your lips.
that ain't no joke.
You just can't stop. Cannot stop.
There's Tara.
Yeah, there's Tara in the chat.
Everything good, Tara?
And Tara,
Yeah. Tara said that somebody was in her garage or her husband's shop, her ex-husband's shop. They had the lights turned on, the car lights turned on. When the cops got there, though, they had already dipped out. And so the cops are going to keep patrol around that area. And she does pack.
Good.
Good.
does she have cameras?
I didn't ask. Do you have cameras, Tara?
I mean, if not, then I highly recommend doing so because
Oh yeah, we got cameras. You know, of course, we got them in the bathroom and everywhere else here. But
So does Smoky.
you got them in the toilets too, don't you?
yeah, pointing straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's
Smoky got cameras.
Kids' rooms, mine and Thelma's room.
You ever seen a big hole? You think, man, is that the black hole? No, that was Ernie's ass on my toilet cam.
Oh shit!
Harry, I need a drawer cam.
Oh god!
Did you hear me?
Mariana Trench, man.
Hey, Mary, I need a drawer cam.
Oh.
Now she knows.
Oh yeah, now I heard you. I was reading the chat. Yeah.
I mean, I don't anymore, but I should have had it before.
Yeah, you should.
Good
Yep.
grief.
Yep. You should. Because I'm really tired. I'm tired of ending up with the great debate.
Right.
That was another argument.
Oh, should we tell them what we're talking about?
Sure. Why not? Everybody deserves a laugh.
Oh, good grief.
That was another phone call from hell.
Yeah, it is, after dark. So
It's almost sunrise. Hurry.
okay, I'll make it short and sweet. So what started one of our biggest arguments was I got out of the bath and I went and put my pearl earrings into a separate container because the container I have on my nightstand table is too small. So I put it in my nightstand drawer in another container to put my pearl earrings in. And I noticed that my nightstand table drawer was very disheveled. And a lot of things were out of place. And in that table,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell your secrets.
that's where
Go ahead.
miscellaneous items are put.
Her toys. Her toys. Her toys.
So, because I had cut off all of that communication in that way and form, I guess he was going through looking to see if I had been messing with my toys.
Because she's very organized and keeps things very organized.
And he clearly went through them, looking to see if I had, but that's just another form of control. And so what if I did? But I didn't. But so what if I did? That's in my house. That's my own personal possessions.
And
I could do that if I wanted to. And I confronted him about it, and he blatantly lied about it.
Wow. God. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, he definitely has some issues with meeting standards, I guess. He was jealous over silicone.
Went to bed. She texted me. We're gonna go find her.
She's at a gas station.
Well, she better be.
And they'll say we check Liberty first since it's the closest.
Liberty.
Yeah.
Is everything okay?
Huh?
Everything good?
Yeah, me and Hunter are gonna go look for Thelma. She's madder than hell over something.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, ain't no worries. We'll go find her.
Okay, man.
Well, tell her she can call me. I'll be up for the next little bit.
Okay, I will.
Do you want me to try to call her?
Let me talk to her first. Maybe we'll see.
Okay.
She's not answering the phone right now anyway. So.
Okay. Well, I think you should jump off here and try to find her. And I appreciate you for your platform and all the laughs and making the best of the situation as possible.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all bringing it here and not somewhere where it would be way ugly. So
yeah.
And if you need anything, Jimbo, you I believe I have your number, and I will. I'll text it. I'll text you mine.
Okay.
Let me know if y'all need anything.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Smoky Mountain Mama.
Of course.
Thank you.
Great night, and I'll be calling you, Mary, here in just a moment.
All right.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank y'all.
You.
Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night.
All right. See y'all.
Good night. Bye-bye.
I didn't know you were texting her.
All right, Kemper.
Yes, sir.
Ended up here. We're already 5 hours over, so.
Okay.
But it was good to get that out, and let people hear what they need to hear, and then they can make an informed decision.
Yeah. Instead of hearing all the bullshit.
Yep. All right, guys. Well, until later tonight, I'm not going to say tomorrow night because it's 3 a.m. Until later tonight, I'm Jimbo.
And I'm Kemper.
We're coming to you live from the stand. Well, hello, everybody.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll put it on your face just to make you go take it back. I lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you was just the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes my dynasty.